We also welcome His Excellency Mr. Fleming Durate, the Ambassador, Embassy of Paraguay. I would request Mr. Tushar Agarwal ji to please present him a plant. We also have with us His Excellency Mr. Claudio Ansorina, Ambassador, Republic of Costa Rica. I would request Shri Amitav Ray ji to present him a plant, please. Thank you very much, sir. And we also have with us the video messages which we have received from His Excellency Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Ambassador of India in Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay, which we will be showing to you later. We also have the video message from His Excellency Mr. Suresh K. Reddy, the Ambassador of India in Brazil, as well as we have the message from His Excellency Mr. M. Subbai Raidu, the Ambassador, Embassy of India in Peru and Bolivia. Similarly, we have the message from His Excellency Mr. Upender Singh Rawat, the Ambassador, Embassy of India to Panama, Costa Rica and Nicaragua. And we also have the message from Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, the Ambassador, Embassy of India in Colombia and Ecuador. So that also will be running after the speeches given by these excellencies present here. So now to proceed further, I would invite Shri Amitav Ray, the Chairman, International Affairs Committee of Americas from PhD Chamber, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, Excellencies, and to all of you present. I'm very grateful for your presence. I hope that at the end of our deliberations, at the end of our deliberations, we will have some action points to take by ourselves, to take through the government, and of course, for you, sirs, take back and see how things can be improved. I've always believed, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, there are plenty of us who believe that the best relationship between countries are built on people-to-people contacts, trade, business, tourism, all based on, ultimately, people-to-people contact. We are impeded in all the countries today because of COVID, and therefore we are on virtual contact and so on and so forth, but I hope this too shall pass and pass fairly soon. The true potential of the GRULAC-India relationship has yet to be realized. There's enormous potential in these countries, enormous potential in India to work together with the GRULAC countries for betterment of both. The strength of the partnership can be gauged observing that the combined GDP is near US $8.4 trillion in 2018-19, and the cumulative population of almost 2 billion people. That sets the base for demand. Yet the economic relations between the Latin American countries and India are still in a nascent stage, and there are immense opportunities for trade, investment, and cooperation. The region's large market base, rich national resources, and progressive industrial base provide the industries in this area with key business advantages in the international area. Against the backdrop of the recent global economic scenario, majorly as a fallout of the COVID pandemic, India and the countries of Latin America must reorganize our strategic alliances and reposition ourselves in the world economy by recognizing the pivotal role that South-South linkages play in areas such as trade, FDI, and finance. This can be done by enhancing bilateral cooperation to help create a more conducive environment for growth. The Latin American region's trade with India was significantly low until the beginning of the past decade. With positive initiatives by the governments from both sides, the trade has multiplied. But there's a long, long way to go, and the opportunities are immense. The Indian exports to GRULAC stood at $10.05 million in 2019-20, while our imports from GRULAC stood at $9.02 billion during the same period. So a total trade of a little over $19 billion. Indian corporates in pharmaceuticals, energy, and IT sectors have successfully established base in Latin America, with other sectors following suit. The positive trend is an indicator of the innumerable business opportunities. However, while there has been significant growth, the present stage of economic cooperation is still far below the expected level. There is substantial potential for boosting trade in the coming years, given current growth scenario of Latin America and the positive approach of Latin Americans towards India. One of the reasons responsible for the low levels of economic cooperation is the lack of business information about each other. Resources need to be pooled for developing data banks and institutionalized mechanisms for exchange of commercial information on business opportunities to bridge the existing information gap. Despite recent improvements on many fronts, both India and the Latin American countries face some significant challenges in infrastructure, technology, skill development, etc. And India and the LAC region need to come together to approach common challenges as well as forge new partnerships to promote growth and development. In conclusion, I would like to mention there are great prospects for furthering bilateral ties between India and Latin American region. What is needed is the determination of both sides to take effective steps to explore these opportunities. And once again, as I started, I conclude that people, governments, countries must improve their relationships, and this will come through aggressive efforts to improve trade and business, tourism, and people-to-people contact. Thank you, all of you, once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views with us and setting the agenda for today's session. So now I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Roger Gopal, the High Commissioner of Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, to share his views with us.
Namaste. मैं Trinidad और Tobago से हूँ। मैं आजा और आजी से उत्तर प्रदेश। मैं बरातिया महान पुता हूँ। मुझे बुलाने के लिए धन्यवाद। So while my presentation is ready, let me first say thank you very much to the organizers of this wonderful program, the PhD Chamber, the Government of India, administrators who have been quite helpful, the business leaders, the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin my presentation, let me just simply state that trade between Trinidad and Tobago and India started approximately 176 years ago, believe it or not. In the year 1845, my great-grandparents, my grandparents were quite little, left Uttar Pradesh, Basti area, and traveled to my country. So, in other words, I am actually a grandson of Bharat. And I'm very happy and very thankful for being here. The economic importance of a country that is this small, so far from India. And if we look at geographical size and 1.3 million people or 13 lakh, then you may be tempted to assume is quite an insignificant interest that one should pay to a country like Trinidad and Tobago, which we can say for most of the Caribbean countries. But if you consider the position of Trinidad and Tobago, and if we could go back to the previous slide, please. Right. If you consider the position of Trinidad and Tobago, you would realize that it is strategically located. It is actually the gateway to the Caribbean. And if we look at the Caribbean, then we are looking at 15 Caribbean countries, all belonging to the Caribbean community that we call CARICOM. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the major ports to enter into CARICOM. Also, if you consider just 1.3 million people, which is very little, that is not even 1/20th of the size of Delhi. But the size of the Caribbean population is 4.4 crores. Then the dynamics of our thinking actually changes. Because it now means that you have access to not just a small island, but you have access to an entire region if you consider us the gateway to the Americas. And also historically, it has been a major port to some of the countries in Southern America. Next slide, please. There are a number of factors that define Trinidad and Tobago. And those are some of the factors that speak to investment confidence. One being a very stable economy. Trinidad and Tobago has been very resilient in the face of many global economic turmoils, including what we faced last year, a pandemic that literally had the world grinding to a halt. We were able to still sustain our economy. Trinidad and Tobago's currency is very stable. We do not experience currency fluctuations like many other countries. And also, we are a country that speaks English, which is our first language, and it is the language of business. It is the language of the world. So it then makes the trade through Trinidad and Tobago quite easy. In addition, many Trinidadians, like myself, either speaks Bhojpuri, Hindi, and I am actually learning Hindi right now,
and I plan to continue with Sanskrit right after. So it makes dealing with Trinidad and Tobago an easy country. Next slide, please. But what may surprise many is that this small country, this small little dot of an island, somewhere in the Caribbean, surrounded by beautiful beaches, coconut trees, and mountains, is actually the third highest GDP per capita in the entire Western Hemisphere. I'll say that again. It's the third richest country if we judge by GDP per capita, right after the US and Canada. And it is recognized by the World Bank as a high-income economy. And there are reasons for that. If we continue. Trinidad and Tobago is an energy-driven economy. Oil and gas has been our major resource for over 100 years. So we are experts not only in the exploration or refinery, but also we export our expertise as well. We lead the world in the areas of methanol, ammonia, and we are one of the largest exporter of liquefied natural gas to the US, to the United States of America. And we are in the top 5 countries for gas production. Next slide. Despite the challenges that the world faces, especially economies that are heavily based on the energy sector, last year, 2020, was not really one of our better years. But despite these challenges, Trinidad and Tobago was still resilient. And although it took a very hard hit on our economy, through the prudent management of our country, we were able to not sell when the price of oil was at $0. We held back, and then we started moving forward again. We are projected to continue on a growth trajectory until 2025 and beyond. So it is a good country to look at. As I said, at the risk of repeating myself, economically, politically, and otherwise, we are very stable. We have some of the most sophisticated and developed hubs and ports in our country. Again, because we are a major transshipment hub throughout the Caribbean. Our airport is an international airport linking us to countries across the globe. And in fact, if you want to travel anywhere in the Caribbean, you must go to Trinidad and Tobago because the airline is actually owned by Trinidad and Tobago, which we are very proud of. It's called Caribbean Airlines. Next slide. Over the years, my predecessors signed major agreements and MOUs with India. And I'll share just some of those with you. One is called the most favored nation status to each other. We have double taxation avoidance agreement, intergovernment joint commission agreement, bilateral and investment promotion and protection agreement, air service agreement, and technical cooperation in education. Some MOUs that recently were signed in 2012. Program for cultural exchange, which we have been doing quite a lot of. Cooperation in the field of traditional medicine. In fact, just last year, the University of the West Indies, based in Trinidad and Tobago, signed an MOU with the Ministry of Ayush, India. And we also established Trinidad and Tobago as a chair of Ayurveda. Next slide. So, why invest in Trinidad and Tobago? As I said before, we are one of 15 countries in the Caribbean, of which we are the chair. Secondly, we have agreements, trade agreements with North America, including Canada and the United States, Central American countries, and South American countries, including some of my friends here, Costa Rica, Colombia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, which means that through CARICOM, you're able to access both North, Central, and South America. Continue, next slide. Some of the major products, you may be wondering, what is the trade relation between India and Trinidad and Tobago? What does India do? Well, India import mineral fuels, mineral oils and products, bituminous substances, mineral waxes, inorganic chemicals, ores, slag, and ash. And what do we import from India? Iron and steel, pharmaceutical products, especially now, tobacco products, vehicles, quite a lot of vehicles actually, that's our major import, plastic and fruits, including nuts, citrus, and melons. But what is disturbing, if we look at this particular slide, is that the trade between India and Trinidad and Tobago is actually quite small. The figures that you're looking at is measured in US dollars, in the millions. In 2015 to 2016, India's export to Trinidad was just 93 US million. And India's import was just 92 million. Let's go to 2018, 2019. India's export to Trinidad and Tobago was just 84 million, which is quite little. And India's import
trade shows in Trinidad and Tobago with 20 to 30 companies per year. But what is the challenge with that?
those are just simply textile and furniture and those things. They have not yet looked at other aspects of sectoral development, which I am hoping that this conversation that we are having will change. So as I'm coming to a close, let me then begin our new narrative by looking at the targeted industries that we would seek collaboration between India and Trinidad and Tobago. Continue with the next slide, please. And again. Wonderful. So here we go. Downstream energy industries is a major area of sectoral development for Trinidad and Tobago. India is also known for being the leading country in the area of information and communication technologies. So this is an area that we are paying particular attention to and negotiating with India on. Next slide. We will see other areas such as food and beverage. I love Indian food. It must come to Trinidad and Tobago. Printing and packaging, fish and processing, merchant marine, leisure marine, film. In fact, an Indian movie with Shah Rukh Khan was actually done in my country. Music and entertainment. And as I make a conclusion, we are also big on cricket, so much so that Shah Rukh Khan, the Bollywood star, is the owner of the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders. And Sunil Narayan plays in India, who's also from Trinidad and Tobago. So you would be very familiar with my country. So as I move into my summary, let me say that Trinidad and Tobago provides government support to all business interests. Our economy is resilient and our location is strategic. On that note, let me once again say thank you for giving me this opportunity. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Excellency, for such an extensive presentation you have made. I think there are a lot of opportunities available for the Indian companies to look for that. And as we were discussing in the morning that we would like to have a separate session on GRULAC in detail. So I think after this week, we will definitely come over to you and discuss in detail and do that event very soon. Maybe in the next quarter, we can have that summit here in India that way. Thank you very much once again, Excellency. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Giovanni Castillo, the Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Guatemala, to share his views.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good morning to all. I will start by saying or quoting what Mr. Itav Rice said. There is a high potential of business between a region and India, but the lack of information of our region, of our countries, has been the most important task to overcome. So this opportunity that you are giving us, I do really appreciate from my side. And I will try to show you a small country presentation and give you some facts, some information that may be of your interest to explore some investments, some joint ventures, and some commerce with my country, Guatemala. Please, can we start? If it's not running, maybe you can give them the the pen drive. Okay? Has been some technical problems, but okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, Guatemala, your nearest shore destination, a place to invest. Everybody knows that Guatemala is located in Central America, and there is some facts that you have here. I like to highlight that the official language is Spanish, and we have 22 Mayan languages, but the official language for doing business is English. We give you a glance of the human talent that we have, but let me highlight this. 25% of the population in the working age between 15 to 24 years, and the 72% is 25 years or older. That means that we have a very young work task to manage all the commerce and the investments projects that any wants to do in Guatemala. Next, please. Some macroeconomic information. I just will mention that the estimated economic participation at regional level. In Central America, 4 out of the 10 products are made in Guatemala. Next, please. And you will ask, why Guatemala? Let me try to give you some answers, starting by the macroeconomic stability. Here I will say that solid financial system, a moderate and stable inflation. This is 40% average in the last 12 years. And our foreign exchange reserves is the largest in Central America. You can see, please go back, you can see the investment grade that the different rating companies has given us in 2019. Next, please. This is our logistic platform. Access to the coastlines for the both Pacific and Atlantic, connectivity to international airports, the second largest sea freight operation in Central America after the Panama Channel, and is the largest installed capacity for energy production in Central America is in Guatemala. Guatemala has the most competitive price energy, which is 55.20 megawatts. This is the average of the last 3 years. Next, please. Because of our strategic location, geographically speaking, we have access to the main markets. Gateway to the largest Hispanic American market, which is Mexico. Closeness and free trade agreements with the United States, the largest market in the world. Preferential access to the Central American market, and access to the European market through the European Union Central American Association Agreement. With the Honduras and El Salvador, the other two countries located in the northern part, we call it the Northern Triangle in Central America, we have a customs union. You can see here that more than the 70% of the products are now in the free circulation, and 98% of the tariffs are harmonized. The commercial exchange of more than 3.89 billions was in 2019. And the reductions of transit time was from 55 to 6 hours. Next, please. Here is some facts from the Global Competitiveness Index 2019. We was the first place in Latin America in entrepreneurial culture and attitude toward entrepreneurial risk. From the doing business ranking point of view, 2020, you can see here these facts. And in 2019, doing business ranking, Guatemala improved 50 positions. We are first place, please go back, first place in Latin America and in the Caribbean in starting a business. Thank you. Next. This is the average in 6 years of our gross domestic products in these different sectors. Next. When we speak about FDA, you can see this is the accumulated FDA to 2019, and those are the sectors. You will see that our main, almost the quarter of exports of the free trade free foreign direct investment come from United States. The rest from the Mexico and Colombia. Next, please. Trade agreements. We have partial scope agreement with those countries, Belize, Cuba, and Ecuador. Free trades agreements with these other countries, Chile, Chinese Taipei, Colombia, Dominican Republic, United States of America, United Kingdom, Mexico, Panama, Central America, under the economic integration, and association agreement with the European Union. These are our bilateral investment treaties with these countries. Next. Where goes our exports? Mainly goes to Central America, is the main market, followed by United States and Mexico. But you can see that we are reaching countries as far as United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabians, and Japan. And the percentage of our export are even a bit higher than other countries that are closer to us, like Chile, for example, or some countries in Europe. Next. We export more than 4,000 products to 148 markets. Let me highlight this. We are the first place, we have the first place worldwide exporting cardamom. This is a huge potential for doing business to the Indian community. And snow peas. To the US, we export the 38% of the market of the bananas, the 33.9% of plantains, and the 50% of melons. Also the same figures, some of the same figures exporting papayas and watermelons to US, and we have the fifth place worldwide in exporting papayas and melons. Our main exporters of coffee, we are the third main exporters of coffee in Latin America and 8th place in the world. 4th place in the world of sugar to US and 5th to the world. You can see here all the emerging products. I just like to mention that you can see here almond and palm oils. That's some commodities that, as long as we understand, Indians are looking for. Next, please. We have 7 decrees that conform the legal framework of investment. All of them are available at the embassy if any of you wants to consult them. Please. As an embassy, we have done our job. We have been trying to investigate or locate which sectors Guatemala can become a regional hub for Indian investors. Pharmaceuticals, medical devices, EMS, and service to companies. Next. We start with pharmaceuticals. Out of the 15 medical categories, 2 have been identified as high potential, and 6 has been identified as mid to high potential, based on their risk and complexity. You can see here the medical categories that it can be interesting to explore to invest in Guatemala. Next. There are various strategies for Guatemala to grow exponentially in the field of pharmaceuticals. Potential strategies for, and each one of them has the description, the impact, and the time horizon. The last 2 is the one that we have to focus on. I'm sorry, I cannot see. But you may have a better view. What is the idea of attracting investors in Guatemala from specifically those that are interested in India to invest in the pharmaceuticals? Next. Medical devices. Out of the 23 medical devices categories, 4 were identified as high potential. Images, wound care, dental, drug delivery. Next. What are the strategies? Given that Guatemala does not have a strong corporate fabric, 2 strategies toward global participation exist. You can see the potential strategies, the description of each one, the impact, and the time horizon. Next. EMS. At least 2 possible strategies exist in order to enter value chain with different degrees of feasibility and need for governmental investment. When we speak about governmental investment, is Guatemalan, no? Government. But the second one, you can see we're looking for anchor companies that boost clusters development, for example. The last one, service to companies, BPO and ITO. Guatemala is well advanced in these fields. So outsources market, ITO and BPO outsources market accounts for 1 trillion of the total 3 trillion of technology cost, and is growing at the rate of 6%. You can see here the segments, the cost for segments, and the segment description. Like I say, Guatemala is well advanced in this, so there is already a platform. The strategies, next please. The strategies that we have are focusing mainly in 4 components: talent, human talent, cost structure, business environmental, and location factors. This is our current competition, and this is the factor to expand on. Next. So this is a general overlook of Guatemala and may give you some answers why to look for Guatemala. As I have said, if any of you are interested to explore a little bit more, please contact us. We have our outside, and one of the tables we have information, but just make sure that you give us a call before to make an appointment so we can get together. But these are also the governmental corporations that are in charge of any entrepreneur that are requiring some investment or some company to invest in Guatemala, Pronacom mainly. Thank you so much, and I hope this will give you a good example of Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for giving this extensive presentation. And as I just wanted to inform you, from the chamber point of view, we were, as it is, planning for a delegation end of this year to take it to either Chile, Guatemala, and other countries as well. So I think in the current scenario, what I would like to propose that we can have a virtual B2B meeting, product specific, under your guidance, and we can seek your advice, and then we can bring in the Indian companies so that we can have that virtual B2B meetings for starting the interaction. And then later on, we will come with the delegation to that. Sure, sir. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Claudia Ancerona, the Ambassador, Republic of Costa Rica, to make his presentation, please.
Namaste. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the Chamber of PhD to invite us to talk about the relationship of India and Latin America, and specifically in my case with Costa Rica. Costa Rica is a very small country compared to India. We fit like 64 times in India. But that difference doesn't prevent us from sharing a lot of values. We share a lot of values with India, being a democratic organization or country. You are the largest democracy in the world, and we are the oldest democracy in Latin America. You also value peace and live in conditions that would prosper for the well-being of all the people. And we also have a very strong value of peace by having had abolished the army, and is one of the few countries that doesn't have an army since 1949. We also value the environmental issues and climate change policies that we have to go through and we have to push for in all the multilateral forums. And we have been very close to India's effort also in this regard. So Costa Rica and India share a lot of common values and interests. However, in the terms of trade and investment, we still have a long way to go, especially in trade. Costa Rica only exports like $40 million to India, and we import like $140 million from India. We need to increase this, and for that reason, I think the request that we could do to the Indian private sector and government is to see if we can start negotiating a trade agreement to lower tariffs in the case of India, and increase also investments from both regions. In that case, we think that the best way to go about for countries like Costa Rica or the ones, our neighbors in Central America, maybe would be a regional trade agreement with India. We have experience with that, with Europe and United States, and it has been very successful. And we would love to have another trade agreement with India as a region. As a region, we are a more interesting market of almost 60 million people. I'm talking about Central America, and that includes also Dominican Republic and Panama. And I think we have to go that way in order to make us more visible for Indians. And we also need to increase our exchange, our cultural exchange, to get our people to know each other a lot more. This has to do with the information limitations that we have of our respective regions. And we hope that to increase this exchange, this cultural exchange, will also imply a more closer relationship in trade and investment. But not to make this presentation long, they say that an image is equal to 1,000 words, and a video can be then equal to 1 million words. I would like to invite you to see a short video of Costa Rica. If you can please show it with the volume. And after that, then we can share and exchange opinions.
What is it about a beautiful sunrise that energizes the body?
No, it's not that one.
That perfect cup of coffee?
It's Essential Costa Rica. Invest in Costa Rica. Essential Costa Rica, invest in Costa Rica. Yeah, that one. The second one? That one, please.
Someone defines themselves when they reconnect with their spirit, their true essence, the nature that shapes who you are. Who am I? I am an alluring concentration of beauty, rainforests, beaches, and biodiversity. I live in the heart of the Americas, guarded by 2 seas. I am the deep green that entices those seeking relaxation and adventure. And I am so much more. In my essence live the warmth and authenticity of my people. People with open arms who look forward towards the future and welcome opportunities. I am a unique, happy, and caring nation that expresses itself through the diversity of its cultures. I am cradle of human talent, proud people who embrace challenges. I am a nation governed in peace with a solid, long-standing democracy. I stand behind health, education, and the pursuit of self-development as the cornerstones of happiness. In in my essence lie the preservation and care for the environment, a model to the world. I breathe the riches of my land, and I recognize the wit of my people, ever capable of giving more than expected. I am a trustworthy and reliable nation, distinguished by the value of what I create. Human development, innovation, and a proven international competitiveness set me apart and enable me to export quality to the world. Those who come to know me are surprised, amazed. My greatest aspirations can be found in my concentrated essence. I am a country that attracts those who seek the value of excellence and a commitment to sustainability. I have much to offer those wishing to purchase, invest, produce, and develop. I have the required human and technological capabilities to achieve this. I rediscover myself by searching within. I find myself in what is vital, in what is true. I rediscover what is important. I am green. I am happiness. I am solidarity. I am talent. I am innovation. I am quality. I am diversity. I am concentration. I am essential Costa Rica.
Well, as you've seen, we're open for business and for investment and to make the bridges between India and Costa Rica closer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. So now I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Fleming Durate, the Ambassador, Embassy of Paraguay, to share his views.
Namaste. I am very privileged to be here to share our views, and thank you to PhD. This is the first presential, physical exposition that I am conveying since the lockdown in India. So this is a very auspicious time. I also want to congratulate PhD because I just sent a picture of the audience, and my son from America is saying, I admire how people are very well positioned, respecting the space of. Yes, we are in a very special moment, a crisis, a pandemic. Maybe we didn't experience only after 100 years. So this is a challenging time. And this time called for complementation and cooperation. We are very grateful to the Indian authorities also because they are trying to also meet the world demand for vaccines. It's well known that India has a very important role in paramount pharmaceutical industry. Paraguay also is a small country, but a lot of potential we have. Similarly to India, 70% of our population is in average of 35 years old. We have a lot of clean energy, hydroelectric power plants. 90% of our energy comes from hydropower. Although we are landlocked, I would like to also stress that nowadays we can call a land-linked country. We have rivers that goes to the ocean. 80% of our trade is by the hydro via, we call it hydro via. We also hold the third largest fleet of barges in the world after China and the United States. Paraguay is central in South America. It's only 2 hours from the major capital cities like Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and Santiago de Chile. The potential is huge. Information gap is a challenge. So we have to involve our institutions in this regard. What kind of institutions? The universities and Chamber of Commerce are essential in this regard. I also stress whenever I go that banks, the development banks has a lot of information about the projects in the region. I always encourage Import-Export Bank of India to join IADB or the CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. Only in this context we can probably straighten this information gap. We want more presence of India in our region. There are very few investors down there. There are the giant companies of India like Tata, Mahindra, and others. For example, the factories of pharmaceuticals are still very, very low. We would like to have a joint ventures, more joint ventures in our country. We are also promoting tourism. Tourism is another field that we are still in a very low level of tourism among our countries. Last 2 years ago, our Minister of Tourism came to India to sign an agreement with the Ministry of Tourism in India. But this lockdown and this pandemic came, so most of the project has been stopped. So I think that there are a lot of potential. Trade is still very low in our region, and of course, in Paraguay, Paraguay and India has only 500 million trade. Most of our export to India is soybean oils. 80% of our export to India is soybean oils. So we have to, there are a lot of room to diversify, and I think that we have to also organize this to focus in the regions and countries, so we can deepen and when we can discuss much about the opportunities that we have, both India, Paraguay, and also the Mercosur. Mercosur is an economic bloc. Now is 30 years old. It's comprised by Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil. Now Bolivia is also entering the bloc, and of course Paraguay. So we have a partial trade agreement with India, but we would like to have a free trade agreement and investment to promote investment in our region. As I said, there are a lot of opportunities for joint ventures. We would like that type of activities, economic activities in our region. But as my colleague also said, that a video can also show and speak a lot more about what I am talking about. I would like to also share with you a 3 minutes video about our country. Thank you.
Located in the heart of South America, with a surface of 406,752 kilometers, Paraguay is a fertile land filled with energy and opportunities. A vibrant democracy with a young population, 70% of its people are 35 years or younger, and with the highest productivity level in the region according to multinationals that operate in the country. Paraguay is the most appealing country in South America for investments. Committed to integration on the basis of a win-win relationship, and a hub of economies as a food producer. The country offers opportunities for commerce, technology, and integration of investments with the world. According to the UN's Economic Commission for Latin America, the return on investment in 2013 was an average of 22%. And in some sectors, like financial and real estate, the return of investment was even higher. Paraguay offers free flow of capital and dividends. In 2013, two European companies, Tigo and Servapar, positioned themselves as the highest investors and tax contributors in Paraguay. Paraguay offers a record of macroeconomic stability and the best investment environment in the region, according to Brazil's Getulio Vargas Foundation and the regional WB's Doing Business Index. International reserves 2-to-1 for external debt. Price stability, with an inflation rate of less than 5% and an average of 4.8% growth in gross domestic product for the last 11 years. Access to markets with key tariff advantages with Mercosur and the European Union, Paraguay is increasing its manufacturing exports at a geometric rate. The most competitive costs in taxes, energy, and workforce in the region, and even in relation to Asian countries. A young workforce that is easy to train and that has a desire to work. Paraguay offers the most competitive platform of labor costs, energy, and taxes of the region. Growth potential, the ability to triple the agricultural output, a demand of 100,000 houses per year, the third largest fleet of barges in the world, abundant electric energy at competitive prices, the fourth largest exporter of soybeans in the world, the sixth largest exporter of corn in the world, and the sixth largest exporter of meat in the world. High potential, poultry, pork, agroecological products. Paraguay has defined its role as an open country, a world-class food producer with an added value of being a vibrant epicenter for Mercosur, a competitive platform for business with a young and hard-working population.
Thank you very much, and we are open for questions in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And as you rightly pointed out, we'll definitely come over to you and discuss in detail that what all can be done. And we would, from the chamber point of view, would love to work with you very closely, sir. Thank you. So now, friends, we have the video messages which we have received from our ambassadors based in different countries there in LAC. So we would like to start with His Excellency Mr. Suresh K. Reddy, the Ambassador of India to Brazil.
Namaskar. Greetings from Indian Embassy in Brazil. The Phdcci is known to be a very dynamic organization, an organization which has been actively promoting entrepreneurship in India and which has been extending active support to the private sector in India. Hence, I would like to compliment them and also appreciate this event being organized, this outreach event to engage with the industries in Latin America. My compliments on this also. I believe this event is timely because this is a large region to which we have not really given due attention and focus. And being based in Brazil, I believe this is really a country of opportunity waiting for Indian private sector companies to come actively and tap into the opportunities that are present here. This is a large economy, an economy of $2 trillion, a population of 210 million. And when you look at it, the same argument which we use for India is true for Brazil also, which is a large, dynamic and growing economy backed by a large population. In addition to that, Brazil is also rich in food processing industry, it is rich in agriculture, it is rich in minerals, and it is also undertaking a large number of infrastructure projects. Hence, you can understand that the world of opportunities is really immense. The bilateral trade of around $8 billion does not really do justice to the potential which exists in the relationship. And I believe there's a lot more which we can realize in the trade front also. Insofar as Indian investments in Brazil are concerned, we have already more than $6 billion in investments. We have all the big Indian companies are present here, from the pharmaceutical to the automotive to the tractors to to other industrial manufactured items to chemicals, including in the IT sector. And similarly, a large number of Brazilian companies are also actively investing in India today. The story of Brazil is one of the private sector or the success of private sector, and hence I believe there's a lot of synergy between the Indian private sector and the Brazilian private sector, and time has come for us to tap into the synergy and create mutually beneficial partnerships. From the embassy here in Brasilia, we are here naturally ready to extend full support to all Indian companies and members of Phdcci who are willing to explore this market. And with this, I again extend my good wishes to the success of the event being held today. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I think as this event also we are doing hybrid. So as of now, there are roughly around 250 plus people also watching this. So because of the time gap, we have to take the video messages from them. But this is what with Americas and GRULAC, when we do, the time gap is too much. So we have to do these kind of activities. So now next we have the message from His Excellency, Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, the Ambassador of India to Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay.
Namaskar. I am Dinesh Bhatia, Ambassador of India to Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay. It is a pleasure for me to join a large audience at this India Americas Day being organized by Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry as a part of their International Week, which is being organized from 15th to 19th of March this year. It is always good to be back with the Phdcci Chamber of Commerce because I have had very continual interactions with Phdcci Chamber. I was with all of you in the month of August 2020 when we spoke about particular aspects of potential between India and Argentina. And today I'm back as part of the India Americas Day celebrations. And on this opportunity, I would like to wish a very good morning to all the participants from the LAC region, from the Americas in general, and a very good evening to all the participants from India and the region. I have already spoken at length in my earlier discourse in the month of August last year, but to refresh the memory, let's talk about India-Argentina. India and Argentina relations have been extremely good in the last 7 decades, over 7 decades that we have had the diplomatic relationship. And the relationship was further strengthened by the visit of Prime Minister Modi to participate in the G20 summit in the month of November 2018. And subsequently, at the invitation of Honorable Prime Minister, the then President of Argentina visited India in February 2019 when the relationship between the two countries were elevated to the level of strategic partnership. The relationship in the economic arena has been doing rather well. Every year we are seeing a new peak in the bilateral trade. The last year, 2019-2020, statistics tell us that that we had reached a new peak of $3.09 billion of bilateral trade. And if I go by the statistics of the Argentine Statistical Agency for the calendar year of 2020, the trade has reached another peak of 3.311 billion. It's very heartening to note that the trade has increased in spite of the pandemic, in spite of the impact on the global supply chains. The trade between India and Argentina has continued to rise. Of course, this trade is primarily focused on a few items from Argentina and a large basket of export items from Argentina. A majority of this trade is in Argentina's export to India, and India's export to Argentina is rather less. And that is why I always say that is a huge potential for us to improve our exports to Argentina, to improve our economic relations with Argentina. India has become, in the year 2020, the sixth largest trading partner for Argentina. Whereas in the case of India, Argentina is about 50th largest trading partner, and Argentina also, of course, aspires to improve its trade ties with India by enhancing, expanding the trade basket for exports to India. I have always mentioned certain sectors. Today I'm going to briefly mention the sectors where we find that there's a potential for enhancing our exports to Argentina and improving our trade ties with this country. Starting with agriculture, where we have just received about a couple of months back special approvals from Argentina for exports of basmati rice and mangoes. And then, of course, there are a host of other items like packaged foods, Indian spices, Indian food items, which have a vast market in Argentina, and I would encourage all Indian exporters for these items to look at the possibilities. Talking about pharma, which is a very important sector, and Argentina is, I would say, a majorly untapped market for us. We must look at the possibility of increasing our exports to Argentina in pharma and health sector. Coming to other sectors which are very important, where there's a long-term perspective, are energy, mining, information technology, where our companies are already active, but we need to focus more on Argentina, because Argentina is a powerhouse in energy as well as mining. Then, of course, there are other items from the MSME sector, be it plastics, handicrafts, toys, apparels, leather, automobiles, engineering goods, and of course, coming down to project exports, where again Argentina offers, as a large country, it's the 8th largest country in the world, it offers a huge potential, a very attractive market for our exporters. And of course, to bring the people close to each other, we must focus on tourism, as and when the conditions, pandemic conditions are alleviated to the level that travel becomes easier, and we must encourage people to travel from one country to another and take advantage of the huge respect and goodwill that India enjoys among Argentine people. With these words, I would again like to wish the participants of this India Americas Day as part of the PhD CCI International Week very, very best. I wish you all a very great, good, productive deliberations during the course of this week. And thank you so much. Namaskar.
So, Excellencies, as Ambassador Bhatia mentioned about the interaction we had with him earlier. So, since the pandemic struck, from April onwards, what we started, we were doing a lot of interactive sessions with the Indian missions overseas. And we were trying to connect with them to understand what are the challenges and opportunities available now for the Indian companies to do business at that time. So, that was the interaction we had with him. And in fact, with all the Indian missions we have been doing in the last 1 year. So it has come up very well, and we have got a good response from them as well. And then we had done a lot of B2B activities with them. So that is how we are trying to connect with the people, so that the opportunities which are available, we should immediately start doing the business. So now we have the message from His Excellency Mr. M. Subbai Reddu, the Ambassador of India to Peru and Bolivia.
PhD, CCI, colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, greetings from Embassy of India in Lima. I consider it a special privilege and timely opportunity to be talking to you on India's trade and business ties with countries in South America, especially Peru and Bolivia. My compliments to the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for dedicating a day on Americas with well-specified focus sectors in their international week. In spite of certain challenges, relative disadvantages, absence of level playing field in some areas, Latin America is a region that undoubtedly offers India considerable scope to expand trade and business. The demand for quality products and inputs at competitive price is only growing in the region, and there is an increasing realization among local industry and consumers that Indian products are best suited for their needs. The future can be mutually rewarding if stakeholders on both sides are able to overcome barriers that tend to prevent them from realizing optimum gains. The pandemic has thrown supply chain disruptions, inadequacies, and new challenges. It made countries to diversify and reorient their priorities in order to revive economies as quickly as possible. This has generated new opportunities for Indian industry. India is well placed to be a close partner of Americas in sectors like automotive and auto components, pharmaceuticals and medical devices, textile and apparels, IT and ITES, chemicals and steel, agricultural products and food processing, renewable energy, etc. In the field of health, India is an established supplier of high quality, affordable medicines and vaccines. The inadequacy of the existing health systems felt in Peru and Bolivia during the pandemic has created a win-win opportunity for suppliers and consumers. With the objective of improving availability of medicines, the governments of Peru and Bolivia had early last year extended zero tariffs on certain pharmaceutical products. Huge production capabilities of Indian pharma industry can be reassuring for Americas. Traditional systems of medicine like Ayurveda offer holistic solution to well-being. India can meet the medical devices, healthcare services, and technology needs of Americas. Though Indian automobiles and auto components are present in the region, there is still huge scope for improvement since consumers are seeking quality products. There is a need to step up supplies to match the renewed demand for 2 and 3 wheelers. Agricultural machinery and tools, farm equipment and irrigation appliances, food processing units, solar panels could also merit focus. Technology has become central to activities across sectors. We can see how the power of digital technology is enabling industry to overcome the pandemic-induced challenges. As the hub of digital technology with around 75% global digital talent, India has the requisite capabilities. There is scope for business partnerships in defense industry, space application sector, and infrastructure development. At a bilateral level, we are working on a number of documents to put in place a framework that can address certain challenges, remove barriers, and create favorable systems. The negotiations to finalize a trade agreement with Peru have made a good progress. It would help bilateral trade if the regulatory and approval processes are made faster and less complicated. We are working on a memorandum of understanding on cooperation on mutual recognition between regulatory agencies of pharmaceuticals and medical devices. Similarly, regulatory bodies of agricultural products are also working on completing the requisite formalities to grant market access to each other's products. The Indian industry may need to pay extra attention and make concerted efforts to develop and expand customer base by building trust as reliable and dependable partner. Every effort should be made to honor commitments. I feel that cost of logistics and delivery times can be optimized by having a regional strategy to the trade and business when it comes to Latin America, where long distance, relatively small market size of individual countries, regulations, clearances, and language could hinder business. A regional approach would help overcome certain challenges related to storage, distribution, delivery, and low volumes. Once the entire region is targeted, then meeting the country-specific demand and accessing new markets become easier. The complementary nature of economies of India and Peru and other countries in Latin America allows both sides to achieve greater value addition, especially in post-COVID period. I sincerely hope that the deliberations during the International Week will help unravel opportunities and forge partnerships for better trade, investment, and business between India and Americas. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Excellency. And now we have the message from His Excellency Mr. Upender Singh Rawat, the Ambassador of India to Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua.
I am happy to join the International Week being organized by the International Affairs and Trade Fairs Division of Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry from 15 to 19 March 2021. For the present session, Gurulat India Business Talk, let me focus on the region of Central America, in which this embassy represents 3 countries, namely Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. This region has several small countries, but it is a strategic location. It is a thin piece of land which joins large continents of North and South America. And Panama in particular is very important because here the 2 largest oceans in the world, Atlantic and Pacific, they are joined through a canal through which thousands of ships pass through. And Panama also has open economy, which makes it a hub of hubs. The country also has several free trade zones like Colon, Panapar, Panama Pacifico, City of Knowledge, etc. And specifically, Colon Free Trade Zone is the 2nd largest free trade zone in the world after Hong Kong. And it provides logistic warehouse facilities, display for kind of making it a permanent trade fair for the visiting businesses. The Indian companies can use this to reduce their time of supply to the region from over a month from India to about a week from being based here. And also there are many businesses who place very small orders. And in such a case, it is difficult to supply from India. But if a company has a warehouse in Colon, it can supply and take care of even very small orders. So this provides opportunity to business at several scales at the same time. Similarly, Costa Rica has very good quality of education, technical base, and English knowledge. And many Indian firms are already present in Costa Rica. Costa Rica is also in the forefront of modern green economy, reducing emissions, and it aims to be one of the first countries in the world to become carbon neutral. It also has several free trade zones in which we have zero tax policy for a couple of years, 14 free trade agreements, and is also a logistics hub. Both Panama and Costa Rica have relatively high per capita income. They are very stable, secure societies and provide good business environment, and along with the economic and monetary stability. In case of Panama, it also has US dollar as currency. And these countries are also good in services and finance sector. Panama specifically has over 80 banks, for example. Now coming to Nicaragua, which is a low-income country compared with the other 2 countries I discussed, but it has also several free trade agreements, free trade zones, competitive cost of doing business, provides investment opportunity in areas such as agribusiness, manufacturing, and particularly it has manufacturing strengths in areas like textile and apparels and auto components. So there is the lot of potential to expand the trade from India with these countries because the present volume of trade is limited. Significant opportunities exist in areas like textile, automobiles and auto components, plastic products, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, iron and steel, and travel. And the embassy is present here to assist the Indian exporters if they want any help in expanding their business in the region. In Panama, there is also opportunities in terms of investment, having physical presence in areas like weather related to Panama Canal, IT and ITES, pharma and wellness, logistics and supply chain management. And in case of Costa Rica, many Indian companies like Infosys, L&T, Infotech, Wipro, UPL are already present. And Costa Rica being very good in hosting foreign multinationals in IT area, medical devices and all. There are a lot of opportunities in areas, biotech, engineering, infrastructure, textile, etc. Panama also hosts a large and dynamic Indian community of about 15,000 people. In fact, it consists of largest Indian community south of United States and outside Caribbean region in this entire Latin American region. Many of these people started coming to Panama from 19th century. And with such a long history of Indian community here, the availability of Indian cultural food item, etc., awareness about India is good, and this makes starting business for Indian businesses in this area easier. I wish all the best to all the participants in the event, and I once again thank Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry for taking initiative to organize this international week and dedicating an entire separate session for the Latin American region. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Excellency. So we have one more message from His Excellency Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, the Ambassador of India to Colombia and Ecuador.
Good morning. I'm pleased to join you from Colombia. I congratulate Phdcci in organizing this timely initiative. Sitting over 16,000 kilometers away, Latin America conjures up images of colorful carnival, soccer, samba, tango, music and storytelling. Latin America is indeed all of these, but there is much more to explore and learn. As a region, Latin America is richly endowed with vast supplies of natural resources such as arable land, minerals and hydrocarbons, and skilled human resources. The region includes 5 of the world's most biodiverse countries, including Colombia. Latin America is now emerging as a growth pole in the world economy. We also see growing integration of the region with Asia. India's trade and investment flows with the region, however, have not been commensurate with the opportunities that each offer to the other. There is a growing realization of this on both sides. Both are trying to reach out and deepen economic ties. This event is therefore most timely and useful in building new links and partnerships. In the business sector, over the past 2 decades, the ties are becoming more manifest in the growing presence of Indian companies in the region. Whether it is the pharmaceutical sector, which was one of the earliest movers, or the two-wheeler sector, or the auto sector, there is a growing interest and concrete decisions are being taken to avail the opportunities that the markets of the region offer. A growing partnership in the face of challenges in the world economy is not only imperative, but would be mutually beneficial. Diversification of trade partners and access to new markets now occupies an important policy priority in India and Latin America. Over the past 5 years, there have been several high-level visits from India to Latin American and Caribbean region, commensurate with the importance both sides attach to expanding and deepening partnership with the region. We also see the interest of increasing number of Indian and Latin American businesses to tap each other's market by offering a range of products and services. This has led to India's trade with Latin American countries growing and investments rising. Distance and language, which were considered as barriers to doing business with Latin America, have today transformed into opportunities. One sector that has notably left this partnership are Indian IT companies, which operate in Latin America. For example, in Colombia, which was one of the first countries to attract Indian IT companies, we see the growing presence and operation of Indian IT companies such as TCS. Another promising sector is the auto and auto parts. Latin America now occupies 10% of India's global exports of auto and auto parts, in which Colombia has the largest share with over 21%. Testimony to this is the assembly plants of Hero and Bajaj in Colombia. Another promising sector is pharmaceuticals. From India, Indian pharma companies export both finished products and raw materials. Generic medicines are increasingly gaining acceptance. This has widened the choice for consumers who can buy medicines at affordable prices. It has also lowered production costs of those sourcing raw materials from India. India's pharma sector exports to Latin America are now almost 1.34 billion US dollars. Colombia is the fourth largest importer of pharma products from India and has one of the fastest drug regulatory regime for registration of products. From assistance in the form of medicines and PPE, the government of India is now supplying indigenously manufactured vaccines to countries in the region. These are some of the examples of sectors where potential is being realized, but there are several others, such as chemicals, engineering goods, solar technology, to name just a few, where competitively priced quality products and services have potential for Indian entrepreneurs to expand their presence in the region. A very promising example of the opportunities is Colombia. Colombia has a young, educated, skilled workforce and has rich reserves of natural resources. It is the fourth largest and fastest growing economy in Latin America. It is increasingly being recognized as an attractive investment destination due to its stable macroeconomic framework, growing industrial and manufacturing strength, and continuous improvements in the ease of doing business. In 2019, India and Colombia celebrated 60 years of establishment of diplomatic relations. And in these 60 years, our relations have expanded to cover areas as diverse as information technology, trade, science and technology, hydrocarbons, mining, health, traditional medicine, culture, to name some of the most prominent sectors. Both Latin America and India face common developmental challenges, which also offers opportunities for doing business. While India has been successful in several areas, Latin American countries have excelled in others. Both sides can learn and share experiences from each other's success story. For example, the dramatic transformation of Medellin with a dynamic IT sector, innovative inclusive programs such as connecting slums by providing metro cable, or Bogota's state-of-art urban transport infrastructure offer unparalleled examples. Let me conclude by saying that the huge potential of doing business with Latin America needs sustained focus and concerted work. Innovative ideas to benefit from this potential is required. Business networks need to be strengthened. Phdcci is strategically placed to unlock these opportunities, and today's event will no doubt help in this process. I wish all of you a very productive session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I think we had a very good session today, and a lot of deliberations have happened, and a lot of people who are there online as well. So we will compile all this and then come back to you as we mentioned. So now I would like to invite Mr. Tushar Agarwal, the co-chair for International Affairs Committee for Americas of PhD Chamber, to give his concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks to our distinguished guests. Excellencies, we thank you for sparing your valuable time for joining us today and sharing your views on the future prospects of Indian Latin American trade and economic cooperation. I think I speak for all present here that we've had a very informative session, and the business communities of both the countries will come together to further the bonds of cooperation. The series of measures taken by the government and the Latin American countries to strengthen multilateral and bilateral ties with each other will serve as a positive stimulus to increase trade and investment, as well as forge key partnerships in the future. I now request all present to carry this vote of thanks with acclamation. Thank you.
लोग भी आ रहे हैं रमेश जी, बाकी लोग भी आ रहे हैं। So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I request you all to join for lunch. And with the next session, which is on India, Americas, basically covering North Americas, will start at 2 o'clock. So I request you all to please assemble at 2 o'clock here. So Excellencies, I request if we can join for lunch. ये सबके plant ले लो.
Are you seeking a better life for yourself and your family and planning to immigrate? Do you want to send your children abroad for higher education and save up to 80% in foreign education fees? Are you looking for a chance of globally expanding your business? If your answer to these questions is yes, look no further. Ajmera Law Group can turn your dreams into reality. Contact Ajmera Law Group at www.ajmeralaw.com. Call us 997425 3030. Write to us info@ajmeralaw.com.
Everybody has different reasons for coming here. Every country is a little bit different, but we work very, very hard to make sure that that is achieved for them and that they're comfortable and that they gain what they want. So a successful investor is successful for us. Welcome to the United States. We're here to assist, to help you get settled in this country, or anything we can do to make sure that their journey and entry and landing in the United States is the best thing that they've ever done in their lives. That's our commitment. That's our objective.
daughter of an immigrant, I've always had a really big passion for immigration and helping people be able to immigrate to the United States. It's not an easy thing at all by any means. This is really a partnership. It's an honor to be able to help them not only with their immigration process, but also with some of the tertiary things that they may need as well. We really want to make sure that this is a smooth and prosperous journey for you and your family.
Good afternoon, Vishalji. Welcome.
Afternoon, Amin, sir. Thank you very much.
So we are just
Sorry
waiting
for
for
making-
Ms. Brenda from the US Commercial Service.
Sure, sir.
And I already have with me Mr. Amit Mathur, who is representing the World Trade and Investment Network presentation.
Great, sir. Looking forward. Looking forward to listening, Mr. Mathur, please.
And we are
Is the
also
president
awaiting Mr. Steve Gervasio, Managing Director of Elite Partners.
is he up already? Steve, are you there?
No, Steve is not there.
Is like a video? Okay, video message.
No, Steve is coming virtually. Then all other our Indian consulates, they are all given video message because of the time difference.
No, I see Steve there, so that's the reason I thought he was basically live.
Steve has joined, Mayank?
I see him on the screen. I don't see him. I don't see the video on, but I do see him on the screen. He's logged in.
Welcome, Steve. Good afternoon from India. Steve, you need to unmute. Miss Brenda ने कर लिया ना? You are Shamli. Shamli is online.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, same here. Thank you. So we're just
Thank
waiting
you.
for Miss Brenda from the US Commercial Service to start. So another minute or so we will be starting.
Terrific.
So as you are aware, then this week we have been celebrating our International Week. So
Yeah.
today is the third day, and last 2 days have been really good. We have got good response. Day one we were having East Asia, Oceania, and Southeast Asia we covered. Yesterday we covered Europe and CIS. So today we are covering the Americas. So first half, because it is afternoon here in India, so first half we had the Latin America covered. So now we are covering the other part of the America. And then tomorrow we will be having South Asia, and second half would be MENA, Middle East and North Africa. And then Friday we will be having Africa Day. So this full week will be International Week from our side.
Excellent. Good for you
Hi,
guys. Did a great job.
He's here. Brenda, good afternoon very much.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brenda.
Hi, good
Rana.
afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak.
Thank you for joining us. And thank you actually to Steve. I don't know what part of the US is he in right now. East Coast, West Coast, wherever.
I'm on the East Coast, so it's a little early, but it's okay.
So Vishalji, with your permission, can we start?
Please, Naveen, sir. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you for this session on India, Americas, which we are celebrating as part of the PhD CCI International Week. I'm really thankful to our panelists today, Ms. Brenda Van Heren. She is the Principal Commercial Officer of US Commercial Service, as of now based in Mumbai. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining.
You're welcome.
We also have with us Mr. Steve Gervasio, the Managing Director of Elite Partners. Thank you, Steve, for joining so early from US.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. And we also have with us Mr. Amit Mathur, who is from the World Trade and Investment Network, who is here physically present with us in the chamber. So thank you, Mr. Amit, for joining. And we also have, thank you very much, Mr. Vishal Dhingraji, who is our co-chair for the Americas Committee from the PhD Chamber, under whose guidance we have been doing these activities. So thank you, Vishalji, for all the guidance you have been giving us. So now to take this further, I would like to invite Shri Vishal Dhingraji, the co-chair of Americas Committee PhD Chamber, to give the welcome address.
Thank you, Naveen, sir. And guys, I think, okay. Thank you very much again, everybody. Thank you, Brenda, very much for being there. Steve, sorry, we can. I welcome you on behalf of the PhD Chambers. I seek your guidance. I seek to share my thoughts, and we need to take relationship between India and the US, hopefully next level. Given our understanding of Paris and living there for almost 23 years now, I actually really look forward to sharing my experience with everybody and using the PhD platform of inviting the US commercial services to use the chambers for any kind of sourcing or investment into the country. And the chambers is a 116-year-old entity which has so many of its members who are well versed in business with the United States. People in India always look forward to the US as the best business partner and the best place to visit and to live. I myself moved there 3 years ago, and I am actually very proud and happy to be enjoying both the worlds, be it India or the United States, the two largest democracies in the world. And we want to use, Brenda, use India and the chambers for any sourcing needs, be it in the United States, be it for apparel, be it for handicraft, be it for any other activity, industrial. And we want to promote the chambers as one-stop sourcing hub with all our members. We want to make them aware, whom we want to make aware of all the compliances that happen in the United States when you import into the US, be it the CTPAT compliances, be it all the testing standards. I personally work with the PXs, the Army Air Force Exchange Services, so we are aware of all the standards, and we would certainly like to help our people in India to come up to the same standards and serve the United States to buy from India. That is the idea behind the meeting today, and much more, of course, yes. So I would give it back to Naveen to take over from here and request everybody to join us, share their thoughts today. Thank you again very much to both Brenda and to Steve, please.
Thank you very much, Vishalji, for your kind words. And we look forward to your continued support and guidance to take this committee further, sir. So now I would like to invite Ms. Brenda Van Heren, the Principal Commercial Officer, Mumbai, US Commercial Service, to share her views on business and investment opportunities in USA. And I'm happy to inform you that as of now, we have 150 plus people watching this on the platform, and we have the live audience also here. So over to you, Ms. Brenda.
Thank you so much. And I will have a PowerPoint presentation to deliver as well. I think you are going to set that up for me as we go. But I'll jump in first with that. Well, just first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to address your group, and 150 people. That's great. I saw some of your audience members there, and it's so nice to see a in real life audience for a change. I normally can't see them when I'm doing virtual events. So anyway, a little bit about us. I'm the principal commercial officer in the Western region. And also, I am the Select USA national lead for the Department of Commerce in India. So the Commerce Department is one of several U.S. government agencies working in India and dedicated to playing an active role in connecting U.S. businesses with Indian businesses to promote trade and investments. And we primarily work with American companies that are looking to expand into the Indian market, but we also work with Indian companies who are interested in growing their business in the U.S. through investment. So it's a pleasure to join you all here today, and I really want to thank you for having me. It's a great honor and opportunity to address your group, and this is a new one for me. This is the first time I've spoke with your members, so thank you for that opportunity. A little bit more about the commercial service. We're highly active in the advancement of greater commercial engagement between our two countries. In fact, we're one of the few government agencies that have both a domestic and an international presence. In the United States, we have what we call export assistance centers, and they're in virtually every large city and most smaller or mid-sized cities across the U.S. So for instance, a state the size of New York, for example, would have, I think there's in total about 9 offices in that state. A smaller state like Rhode Island might only have 1, but we cover all of the U.S. market through our export assistance centers. And then internationally, we have a group such as myself who we travel and we work in overseas markets, and we're in 70 markets around the world. Here in India, we have about 7 locations across India where we work to facilitate introductions and trade between American and Indian businesses. And we're happy to assist your companies to either develop or expand your business into the U.S. And during these extreme times, you think we'd be slowing down, but no. What we've seen from the pandemic and the lockdown and all of the things that happened after that is that, you know, the supply chains between our two countries are so vitally important and continue to be so. And one thing that I have seen in particular is that businesses in our two countries really want to work together, and we continue to provide the services that help them do that. So one of the ways that businesses are working together, as we saw during the pandemic, the supply chains sometimes need to be shortened a little bit. And so what I really want to talk to you about today is how the Select USA program can assist Indian businesses who are interested in working with who are interested in expanding their business in the U.S. By making greenfield investments. And at this point, I want to ask, I believe there will be a PowerPoint presentation on the slide to see if you can start that up.
Yeah, Brenda, the PPT is already shown on the screen. So you can go, we are on the second slide as of now.
I can't see it. Okay.
Sir, I don't see it.
I'm wondering if your virtual audience can see it.
Yeah, virtual audience can. If you want, you can also
There we
share
are.
from your
Okay.
end, Brenda.
Great. Unfortunately, I can't, but you know what? I have a hard copy, so I'll just go through it and tell you when to change the slide so that the other folks can see it there.
Okay.
I think that will work. Great. Okay, so just to talk a little bit about why to choose the U.S. I would say that you know, everybody knows it's one of the largest markets. We have I think we're at the very top of the world's highest rank for ease of doing business in the U.S. That's consistent. That's year after year. It's easy to start a business. It's easy to do business. And there's things like the business climate itself, the legal environment, the judicial system. I heard standards mentioned earlier, near and dear to my heart. You know, when we're working with standards, that makes it a level playing field for everybody. Everyone's working under those same standards. So those are things to consider as you're considering the U.S. market. When we're looking at the big picture, kind of the global trends, what we're seeing is that the U.S. still remains one of the largest countries in the world in terms of attracting inward investment. Oh, I'm sorry, we could go to the next slide. All right, data. It's
we are
hard to
on the
see
next
on a
slide.
screen like this, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. We'll just go on to the next one.
Yeah, we are already there on the next slide, which says big picture global trends.
Yeah, you can go to the next one after that. Now I can see it on the screen. Thank you.
FDI in the US.
Yeah. So this one I really like this slide because it tells a story that's a little bit different than what you may have heard. And I often meet with companies or even in the US, business people in the US, and one of the things I often hear is people saying, "Oh, there's no more manufacturing in the US." Well, this slide tells a different story. In fact, out of all of the types of inward investment that is happening in the US right now, it's manufacturing is the number one. 41% of all the foreign direct investment that's flowing into the US right now is in manufacturing of some sort. And that's across industries. And there's a number of different industries represented in that. I personally know of heavy industries. We're talking about steel, aluminum. We could be referring to pharmaceuticals, the less heavy industries, and the gamut in between, textiles, you name it. But manufacturing is happening in the U.S. and companies who are supplying, whose customers are in the U.S. are putting their factories closer to their customers. We can go to the next slide. So the agency that I represent here in India, the Select USA agency, there's some specific guidelines that we follow for what kinds of investment we can work with. And this slide talks a little bit about that. There's really two types of foreign direct investment. There's either the mergers and acquisitions, or there's straight greenfield development. When it comes to counting how much FDI is going on in the world, we count both of them. But in terms of what we can help with, what the Select USA agency can help with, we're primarily interested in the greenfield development. So we can help you with things like site selection, market research to determine where is the best place to locate and that sort of thing. If you are interested in doing a mergers and acquisition, I can introduce you to the economic development organization that can help you with that. And I can point you towards public and readily available information, but that's about the extent of what we can help with in those areas. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. And this is a fairly new agency. We started working on it, it was actually started in 2011. There was a precursor in 2007, but really it started in 2011. And our primary goal is to facilitate job creation in the United States. And we found it to be so successful that it has now gone through this would be the fourth administration that is working with Select USA. So it's a program that has been recognized as being very helpful to companies that are considering it. So we can go to the next one. So the next slide talks a little bit about who we can help. For the purpose of this audience, I think the main thing that we want to let you know is that we're here to help Indian businesses who are interested in learning more about the market. We work with a lot of economic development organizations in America, but that's more of our headquarters team does that part of it. But that's where we can put the connections together to help Indian companies meet those companies that are the economic development organizations in the States. And besides just the economic development organizations, there's actually a very large interagency investment working group that is dedicated to working with Select USA and helping businesses that are interested in investing in the U.S. And this is something that I think is very, very useful, and I hope that our companies will as well. And there's a list of them there, and it's kind of fine print, and I won't run through all of them, but I'll just name off a few just to kind of give you an idea of how this could help you. So, for instance, we are working with the Department of Transportation. It could be that whatever the company is manufacturing has transportation needs that are unusual. Maybe it's a very heavy product, maybe it's a very time-sensitive product. The Department of Transportation can help provide information and reporting that would inform how you can get your product to market in the U.S. or how you can best utilize the transportation network. We work with the Department of Education that maybe could help satisfy educational needs, training needs. We're working with, well, you see them all there, the U.S. Small Business Administration, who can advise especially young entrepreneurs, startups who are who are just beginning their business journey and maybe need some assistance in navigating the U.S. market and so on. The one that I always found really interesting is the Department of Energy. I learned that the Department of Energy actually has labs across the United States that work on various different projects and engage very actively with the business community, with industry, to do research projects that help inform how they develop their products. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about how you can interact with the Interagency Investment Working Group as we move on. And I know our time is somewhat limited, so I'm going to kind of pass over this next slide. It talks a little bit about the services, but that's really in depth, and we can talk one-on-one on those. So we'll go to the next one. One thing that I really want to talk to you all about is the Select USA Investment Summit. So while the Select USA agency is a year-round agency that exists and can assist you at any time, there is once a year we hold a very large conference, if you will, or summit, where we bring together all of the agencies that I've just mentioned, and then also all of the economic development organizations from all around the country into one location. And so you can see the list there. There's 49 different states. Still don't remember which was the one that doesn't count, but you know, we've got 49 of them there. Plus we have a number of regional areas. So for instance, there might be like coastal North Carolina has formed together a region that exhibits on their own. There's also some of our Native American people come in and actually have a booth at the event. So there, you know, there's a number of different economic development organizations there. And it brings in well, you can see more than 3,000 attendees every year. Now, last year we had to cancel it, COVID. This year it's going to go on, but we have developed a very robust virtual platform. In fact, just this week, a video of the platform was released, and it's going to be on our LinkedIn page if it's not there already. In fact, I think it is there already, but you can check out U.S. Commercial Service LinkedIn or Select USA, and you'll see a link to the video. It's really interesting, really interactive. It actually has the feel for being on the showroom floor itself. So while it's virtual, it's going to have all of the components that we would see in real life. Let's go to the next one. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the success stories that we have seen in the U.S. Bharat Forge is one of our biggest and best ones that's happening in North Carolina right now. Actually, that factory is now up and running. So that came about as a Select USA project. And in fact, executives from this company spoke at the 2019 summit. And, you know, I won't read the list. You can read it as easily as I can, but you can see a number of different types of companies and a number of different locations. I have noticed that the Indian market tends to gravitate towards the warmer southern climate. No judgment there. I don't blame you for that one bit. We do see a lot in the Carolinas, and actually I am my home is in South Carolina, so I appreciate the more we can bring into that state, the better. But all of the states are open, And you can see we've got some Kentucky, Virginia. We see quite a bit in Texas as well of Indian businesses. And then, of course, there's a lot of high tech. And so the high tech corridors that are on the coast in California, up into Washington, and then of course, down through Boston, if we're talking medical tech, there's a lot of Indian investment in those areas as well, although they're not on this list, but there is there. If we can go to the next slide. Just a little bit of background on the 2019 summit. We actually had one of the largest delegations at the summit itself. It was led by Ambassador Juster, who brought, it was just under 100 Indian delegates to the show. They received quite a lot of attention for being one of the biggest groups there. And I believe that they also met with our then Secretary Wilbur Ross during this event. And that's another thing that I didn't really mention too much. Along with the economic development organizations who appear at the summit, we also have a number of governors who like to come to the summit and meet one-on-one. It helps them engage with companies and talk specifically about their state, but also to find out what people are looking for. And they really are accessible and will be even in the virtual one. So. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So this kind of talks a little bit about what I've already been talking about, that it will be virtual. But one thing that I haven't mentioned yet is that while in the past our live summits are usually about 2.5 days long, this year, because it is virtual, it has been expanded to a full 5 days. And part of the reason why that has happened is because the timings each day will be staggered so that people in different time zones can actually interact in real time. So there will be programming that will be happening during the Indian workday, for instance, or the Asian workday. So that's a highlight. Another thing that I would like to mention is that while typically in the past, if you were at the summit in real time, there's a number of academy sessions. All of the other agencies that I mentioned are making presentations about the work that they do. And there's simultaneous sessions happening all at once. So if you're interested in something that's happening at the same time as something else that you're interested in, you had to choose. But because of the virtual event that we have this year, everything is going to be recorded. And if you are an attendee, a registered attendee of the show, you will have the availability for the entire month of June to review any of the sessions. So you could see all of them, theoretically, if you choose to. And there will be more than 100 Investment Academy sessions, for this virtual event. So depending on what your work is or what you're interested in or what your concerns are, there will be something there for you to learn about. And a couple of highlights that we're going to be really focused on this year is a tech component and also global women entrepreneurs. So if you fall into either of those two groups, we'd love to talk to you about how we're specifically catering to those groups. So that brings me to the last slide, which is basically here's our contact information. And Shamli Menon is our Select USA local person who works very closely with me in my office. And both of us are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda, for a lovely presentation you made. And we assure you from PhD Chamber that as previous year we had taken, our members were part of the Select USA delegation which had gone. So definitely this year also we will try to impress on our members that they should virtually also participate in this year as well. So once again, thank you very much for your time, and we always appreciate the support we have been getting from the US Commercial Service, either Mumbai or from Ms. Ellen and the Delhi. So we really appreciate that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now to take this further, I would like to invite Mr. Steve Garvasio, the Managing Director of Elite Partners, who will be making a presentation, Creating a Sister City in America. Steve, over to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brenda, great presentation. And I want to also thank the PhD Executive Board for the invitation and putting together a great event this week. I mean, this is really exciting what you guys are doing. Next slide. So my name is Steve Gervasio. My goal is really to talk to entrepreneurs and the smaller businesses that really want to put a foothold in the United States. You know, I've been a labor activist, you know, for my whole career since I graduated college. You know, I work and represent the labor movement. We believe, you know, to really recreate a sustainable middle class, we have to bring in, you know, new innovative ideas. We need to take some of our communities and really bring in, you know, the new culture, different culture, and really start at a grassroots. I'm a second generation Italian American. You know, my family came here to make just a better life for the next generation. You know, I'm happy to say that what Joe Biden has said is America's back. It is. You know, the last 4 years, I think, showed the world that democracy can have some, you know, ugly sides to it. But democracy will always prevail. India is very important, you know, to the United States. I think, you know, what Brenda's talking about is great for us to get big organizations to collaborate, you know, with the United States, because strategically it is important. But what I'm going to talk about is how what's gone on for the last 200 years that made this country great, which is creating sister cities. What we did originally, it just happened, right? When my family came here from Italy and from Naples, you know, they first went to New York. They then migrated and came into Providence, Rhode Island, and there were neighborhoods, you know, full of our cousins and you know, fellow Italians. And our cultures came along. We brought our masons, we brought our bakers, we brought our farmers, and it became the fiber, you know, of that community. We for the last 10 or 20 years, we kind of lost focus on how important, you know, that is of bringing in, you know, foreign cultures, foreign capital, foreign, you know, pride, to help, you know, bring back what we are. We are a unique nation of multicultural nations. That's who we are. You want to change slides, please? And so we created a firm called Aled Partners, because we were seeing that a lot of firms were using, you know, different vehicles to bring in foreign investors. And so Aled Partners is a partnership with labor, where our goal is, what I said, is to recreate a sustainable middle class by providing, you know, government relationships, early stage capital, leveraging our political capital in communities, and using foreign capital where they want to create businesses in the United States on a very small scale, where they're coming here as entrepreneurs with their families, becoming U.S. citizens, or wanting to get educated, you know, in this country. Again, when I look at my grandparents when they came here, you know, they were peddlers. You know, they were shoppers. They were farmers, and they made sure that my dad received at least a high school education, and my dad made sure that our family all received college educations. And now my three kids are becoming doctors in medicine, lawyers, and data analysts. So that's upward mobility. It is a great, you know, story. Because when my family came here, we really had nothing. So that's the Aled Partners. So we're trying to identify and find individuals that really want that same opportunity, that want to bring their families to America to make sure they get educated and have upward mobility. And then to take all of that great success and bring it back to India and to bring some of our culture back to India. So we create these sister cities. So it's not just a one direction relationship, it's bi-directional. Next slide, please. So I've been very fortunate. You know, I started my career after college, where I introduced one of the first, believe it or not, computer paper companies in 1983. I also started some environmentally friendly printing companies. In 92, I actually helped the Department of Energy create the LEED certification for green building materials. In the 2000s, I introduced one of the first green building materials called autoclave aerated concrete. And then I moved more into the early stage private equity world, where I was helping provide early stage friendly capital to small companies, participated in an asset management firm. And then most recently, I've been getting involved in what we call the Medicare advocacy program, where, you know, our population is aging and we're helping our labor movement, you know, move their retirees into a advocate Medicare management program where we keep people healthy longer. And what I want to make sure we're able to do now is to start now reaching out to folks in India that are looking to come to the United States, create this sister city concept, so we can actually take some of these communities that have been hit hard or left behind and bring in new ideas, new excitement, new cultures, and really kind of change what it was or what it is today back to what it was, you know, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Next slide, please. So it's really, we did this during the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s without realizing it. It was people wanting to come to America. And these are all great, you know, examples. You know, throughout the United States, you'll find a Chinatown, a Little Italy, a Little Havana, a Greek town. And it's where people migrated, you know, to the United States to find a better life. And these communities were created. And next slide, please. If you look at what I'm talking about, you know, West Warwick, Rhode Island. Okay, and I'm actually really focusing in on a community. So we start thinking about a sister city concept, right? Because when people look at the United States, they go, what a big country. You know, Brenda made a great comment, you know, people from India like to be in the warm climate. Well, this program doesn't change where you can live, because in the United States, we don't have any borders. You can go from one state to another. You can have a company in West Warwick and live in Florida, okay? But I'm identifying a community that is in the Northeast. The Industrial Revolution actually started in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. And in West Warwick, it was, you know, one of the main linen and lace manufacturing. And actually in Providence, Rhode Island, we were the jewelry capital of the world for many, many years. So what I'm doing is I'm really focusing on a community that we could change, where we would have government support, where we could actually, because it's structured as a village, where restaurants, hotels, manufacturing, any idea you have can actually work in this location. And what's neat is we're 50 minutes from Boston, you know, Massachusetts, and we're less than 2 hours and 20 minutes to New York City. So we are in a wonderful gateway, you know, to access, you know, people, talent, and market share. Next slide, please. So just some of the things to highlight. Look, and I said this earlier, we're a small community. You know, we're 54 miles by 38 miles. I think you guys would probably look at that geographically. We are the smallest state in the United States. We were the 13th colony. You know, we have 1,050,000 people in this country, and that hasn't changed since 1970. So the state has been stagnated. But we have some of the best, you know, education institutions. You know, we're 50 minutes from Harvard, and we're 50 minutes from Yale. We have Brown University, RISD. I mean, we are just loaded with academic talent. It's a beautiful place to live. We're on the ocean. 50% of our state is on coastal. So it's a great place to live. But we have these communities that have been left behind, and West Warwick is one of those communities. So next slide. So what we're proposing is, look, with the Biden administration, they're going to be talking, you know, aggressively about, you know, creating jobs, you know, investing back in these communities that were left behind. The EB-5 regional program that was created in 1990, the early 90s, was really designed to help these communities that needed an infusion of capital. Unfortunately, you know, entrepreneurs in America and capitalism in America sometimes takes a good government idea and does something different with it, where, you know, EB-5 was really a tool for the last 10 years for people to do high rises, to build, you know, skyscrapers and projects in Florida and New York and elsewhere. And the money was used or brought in from the Chinese and other groups. What we're saying is that tool was a great tool for us to really look at creating sister cities. We're not looking at saying, hey, here's a project. We want you to invest in our project and trust us. What we're saying is, hey, here's a sister city. Let's create a sister city together, right? With the India culture in mind and Indian investors. Tell us what you want to do. Here is a market that can thrive in any climate. Let us bring in the government support. Let us bring in the local support. If we have to bring in some additional capital and bring in that EB-5 capital, where you're investing in yourself and running your business, and we're just going to leverage the EB-5 program the way it was designed to do. And what I'm focused in on is I have an expertise in 4 industries, and I've identified them. You know, we talk about, you know, creating a technical company. We call it Retire Right, but we know there's plenty of call centers in India that do a great job with a high-touch call service. We'd love to take that technology, that know-how, bring it to the United States, locate a facility in, again, West Warwick, and focus on the Medicare advocacy program, because we represent over 14 million union members that all are dealing with Medicare issues. So if we have the technology and an entrepreneur group in India, let's bring it over. We talk about you know, a green building material. India in the last 10 years has learned so much about autoclave aerated concrete, and it's becoming one of the main building materials in the United States. I mean, in India, the United States is just beginning to learn about autoclave aerated concrete. That would be another great business opportunity for people that are in India producing autoclave aerated concrete that want to expand their market into the United States, because it is the last market that continues to use trees to build houses. And I always say, think of that craziness. Here's the United States, one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, and we build with wood. It rots, it burns, mold grows on it. Why would we ever think about building with a material that doesn't have the sustainability of concrete? It makes no sense. But that's, again, another opportunity. You know, we talk about building methodologies. You know, I was just talking about building with wood. We still build with stick. There is so many new technologies, and India is on the forefront on many new technologies that we can be incorporating. And then hospitality. I mean, if you think about what, you know, we look at India, and in the hospitality, the food, the cuisines, the hotels. So it's a natural for you to take your experiences, your families, your culture, and bring them here and just start creating the sister city that would really make those folks coming from India financially successful, but also revitalize the community. Exactly what the EB-5 program was designed to do when it was first brought up in the early 1990s. It makes all the sense in the world. And the reason why the government had to change it is because they knew people were abusing it. So I think we can do a lot of neat things with the government. And I think we have a government today that is pro-union, that is pro-entrepreneur, that's pro-family, that's anti-hate, that I think this is still the greatest country in the world to come to. And I think, you know, we just need to bring in more talented people who are looking for their dream, just like our family found their dream. So we're talking about leveraging EB-5 government. We just want, you know, people to have the ideas and to be bringing something of some skill set. So I talked about 4 industries. There might be other industries like the tile industry. In the United States, we can't find quality, innovative tile that's manufactured here. And if it can't be manufactured here, at least let it be designed where the patterns and the colors and the packaging and the marketing is done here. You have materials and styles that America would love to have access to. So, but if you have any ideas, we'd love to hear them. We've got some, and the way we would structure it is just like an early stage private equity would. If someone's using their EB-5 money to come to the United States, it's their money. It should be their company. It shouldn't be their money investing in a person or a group they don't know, that's building in a community they don't have any idea about, and being promised that someday they'll get their capital back with a return on investment. And, you know, for years, the Chinese were getting 1% return. I don't know how anybody could look at someone in the face and say, I want you to take risk capital, put it in the United States, trust me, and I'm going to give you 1% and maybe your money back. That's just horrible. I just can't believe they did that. But they did. God bless them all. So we talk about, let's make sure you have ownership in these companies. Let's make sure you're a part of the decision process. Let's make sure the money's going in an industry that you know something about. And let's start really changing and doing the things with EB-5 that it was meant to be. And let's look at these communities that were left behind, no fault of anybody. It's just, you know, economics, right? Things change, environments change, technology change. And what people don't like is change. So the folks that were farming a small farm, and all of a sudden someone, you know, bought their land, you know, and they thought someone was buying it to be a farm, and they developed it and built houses and made a lot of money on it. Don't be angry. And don't be angry that now we have mega farms, or that technology is changing the way we do business. It's progress. And what we're saying is let's find those entrepreneurs in India, because India is very important to the security of the United States. And we all know why. So if there's entrepreneurs out there saying, you know what, I like this concept, I want to be part of a sister city, because once we do it here in Rhode Island and West Warwick, we can do it anywhere across the country. Let me just, why don't you move to the next slide? Because, and what I just want to talk about, just to give you an example, here's here's how we would go about, talking about a project. So what I did is I said, okay, let's talk about retire right. Let's say there's some call centers in India that want to expand in the United States. They have the technology, the know-how. They want to migrate and come to the United States and leverage that EB-5. Here's a program that we could use as a template. So we call it Retire Right. We've created the entity. It's there, but it's just, again, as a sample. Next slide. And we talk about, this is an executive summary. This is what we would create so we could go and get government support and get some additional financing. But we talk about, here's, a benefit management that's providing advocacy services to retirees, specifically to the labor community, because we have 14 million men and women in organized labor. When they turn 65, a lot of them don't know where to go. So here's a program that we can actually give them a high touch. And we're doing this now. I'm actually part of an effort right now with the International Association of Firefighters and the Fraternal Order of Police, two of the largest municipal unions in the United States. And I'm working with a large insurance carrier and the third largest company in the United States, creating this program to help these firefighters and these police officers when they retire to find access to healthcare. So this could be a program that we could do today to actually create jobs. This would actually create 30 to 50 good paying union jobs that we could locate right here or right there in West Warwick, Rhode Island. So you see a little overview there. Next slide. We talk about market opportunity. So these are the things that we would create. So if someone comes to us and says, hey, I've got a great idea, we will make sure that we do all this work behind the scenes to make sure that it's going to be viable and it's going to be successful and that there's a market opportunity. Okay, because look, we all know people come up with some great ideas and passion, but if it doesn't have a market, here are 14 million individuals that are sitting looking for this type of service. When you look at the model, we don't need a lot of people. We need 1,500 people to enroll in this program to have cash flow positive. So this is the type of industry we want to look at, where we know the folks in India have expertise in call centers that we can export here. Next slide. And again, and anybody can have access to this. I'll make sure that the PhD CCI has a copy. So if you want to look at it in more depth, but it just talks about, how we're going to go about it, what we're going to do, why it makes sense. Next slide. We used a group called Transparent Health as an example, because Transparent Health now, it can be any, call center technology company. So we just wanted to show that when we go to the market and when we go to the banking community, we have to show that the people that are in the management team have capability, right? We don't want to say, hey, we got a great idea. We've got Fred who wants to open up a restaurant, and he's been a janitor, for 35 years, and he remembers his mother's, recipes. That is not going to work. You want to be able to say, hey, we have a group here that has 3 successful restaurants in India, and they recognize that there's a unique market here. We want to bring that skill set and that opportunity here. Or, hey, here is a group that's been doing call centers for years in India. They're now here in the United States. They have this expertise. We have access to the market. This makes a lot of sense. So we're using Transparent Health as an example. It's a real company. They actually have the technology. They would love to penetrate the labor movement with their technology. So this is also an investment if we were going to use Transparent Health. If you go to the next slide, we do a little overview of who the managers are. Next slide, please. So we'll actually do a profile. So it would be the same as if we had someone, again, And then we talk about their technology. Next slide, please. We talk about their technology, which is very unique, why it's going to make sense. Because again, we want to make sure that whatever we do in this sister city has to be successful, because we care about the investor, we care about our operator, but we care about the workers. If we create 30 to 50 jobs, we want those jobs to be sustainable. We want those people to have to change their life. And we want them to say, hey, I'm proud. I work for this company, Retire Right. I love what I do. And then it starts building the community. So we want to make sure it's going to be successful. If you look at the next slide.
Hi, Steve. Sorry to interrupt. I think we need to close it as soon as possible because the next panelist is also waiting.
Okay, great. It'll be 1 second. So if you just look at the next slide, one more slide. Next one. And one more. And one more. And we just show the financials. And I'll close on that. If anybody has any questions, I want to thank everybody again. We just think this is an exciting opportunity. We think it's an exciting time. And so, feel free to reach out to me if you have some ideas or you'd like to participate in a sister city concept that we've put together. Thank you, everybody. And thank you again for the PhD Executive Board for the invite. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Steve. Though would have loved to hear more from you. And I think soon again we will have another session with you, which can be exclusively with Steve so that we can have more inputs from you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, once again. So now I would like to invite Mr. Amit Mathur, the CEO of World Trade and Investment Network, to share his views with us.
Wow. Thanks. You guys are kind. I haven't even started. So, Navinju, thank you for that introduction, and thank you, Phdcci, for bringing us out of our jail cells that we have been locked in for 1 year. I just feel so phenomenally great to stand in front of real people and talk about things we care about. It's been a hard 1 year for all of us. We have all gone to Zoom, but nothing like making India real people here, right? That's my thought right now. So today, the America's Day, we talked about US at length in the last 40 minutes or so. I'm here to talk to you about the little brother north of US, that's Canada, a country which is closely linked to India as much as US is. Before I start on Canada, I would like to say our company is headquartered in Orlando. We have a Toronto office that I look at. So I will talk to you about Canada today. And that does not mean we do not work on US projects as well. Get the team started, I would request the AV team to play the Canada video. Thank you.
In Canada, exceeding expectations is our everyday business. Master strokes of Canadian genius change the world. People live better lives thanks to Canadian ingenuity. We can see more thanks to Canadian invention. The world connects thanks to Canadian inspiration. We can reach out to the mysteries of space, dive into the depths of the ocean, or create other worlds, all thanks to Canadian innovation. Take an idea, set it in our strong, diversified economy, and nurture it in a stable financial environment. Place the brush in the hands of our educated workforce. Blend in research and development incentives that rival the best. Add shades of creativity and commercial daring. The result is excellence on a global scale, with a gateway to the world's richest and most exciting markets. The world is here. Because we're leading the way into a greener 21st century. because we are a land of high achievement, where stability makes dynamic thinking and risk-taking possible. Creativity springs from the dynamic minds of people who enjoy the best quality of life on the planet. Rich cultural experiences and opportunities for lifelong learning. In exciting cities, on the edge of nature. The world comes to Canada because creativity is our business. Creative. Competitive. Canada.
Thank you. Get the PPT back. Okay, so I would like to start my presentation and talk about trade and investment briefly, like a little big picture thing. And then we'll have a video from our company's legal attorney. He has sent his presentation in a video format. That'll be a quick overview on what the pathways are into Canada. So we heard about the EB-5 program like the US has in terms of investing and getting your green card through the EB-5 investment. Canada, on the other hand, does not have a very straightforward EB-5 equivalent program, but Canada does encourage business entrepreneurs and investors to come through different programs. So the EB-5, like Steve was talking, that it's more of an active project they are doing, but that's largely been used by passive investors who invest money and they get their money back in 5 years. The Canadian investment programs or business partnership programs right now are more geared towards active manufacturing, active business expansions for companies that are established here, looking to enter the Canadian market, and through Canada entering the North American market. So I just want to first start by saying namaste and thank you to the team here who has brought us together. It's just phenomenal when I'm sending emails to my friends and business associates telling them the whole world is meeting together in 5 days in Delhi. And for countries which are still in lockdown, still having lots of cases, they cannot believe that we are almost getting to normal. Not there yet, but at least better than a lot of other situations. So, I'm the founder of this company, World Trade and Investment Network. Our mandate, primary mandate, is cross-border transactions where we work with companies looking to expand overseas. Looking forward to some very exciting times in the coming couple of years. So let's talk about trade. We are a trading nation. We are a manufacturing, not a powerhouse yet, but we are getting strong on the Make in India mission. We are setting up lots of new plants in India with technology collaborations with the Europeans, with the Americans. But we need markets. We need to market our products. Definitely, we have not been right on the top when it came to marketing as historically. So what Canada offers Indian manufacturers or Indian producers of goods is an access to a very large free trade world. So Canada has right now about 14 trade agreements. And if you add them all up, all the free trade agreements that Canada has signed with different countries, you will come to about more than 50 countries and approximately 1.5 billion consumers. That's the market you will be able to access in a free trade format. So essentially, if you're manufacturing the same product here right now, and you're facing tariffs in Europe, you're facing tariffs in somewhere else, and there is viability for your product to be value-added and produced there, if not completely, but at least significantly value-added in Canada, this would be something you really need to think about. We do get concerned about cost of manufacturing. कि India cheaper cost है, वहाँ costing ज़्यादा हो जाएगी. But there are many elements to the cost. There is the labor element, yes. Then there is the cost of hydropower. Canada has a very low cost of hydropower because there's a lot of production of energy there. Cost of land and cost of buildings. It probably is very expensive to buy land in India compared to some of the locations which are outside of Toronto or Vancouver. You might get some really good deals in terms of your manufacturing plant cost setup. So if you look at the total TCM, the total cost of manufacturing, you probably will have industries where it would make sense to have a second plant in Canada. I just wanted to throw this slide out there. Big brother United States is right there with the biggest color shade there with the pink there. 23.89% of world GDP is in that one single country. So two of my colleagues who talked about the US as a great opportunity, no doubt, I fully endorse that. They are the biggest market and the most, I would say, pro-Indian market in the large markets. So if you're a manufacturer, you're an exporter, believe me, this is one market you cannot afford to ignore. Unfortunately, we continue to do that as manufacturers in India in some pockets. I was in Morbi talking to the tile manufacturers a little while ago, and we are not in the top 10 suppliers of tiles to the US, whereas we have a phenomenal industry in Gujarat making superb tiles, which even Steve talked about. So the US has to be our focus. How does that connect to my talk about Canada? Canada has a free trade agreement with the United States for many, many years. And that basically means if you set up your base in the Canadian geography and you're producing goods there, you have free access to the US market. So essentially, everything that's in pink there is the size of market, size of global GDP that you'll be able to access. And geographically, from Toronto or from any of the Canadian cities, you are less than 48 hours to any of the points in the US where you want to ship your goods. So this is something I want to talk about. It's a great gateway to global markets, whether it's US or even further south in the Latin American continent. So business climate is very friendly. I'm going to skip through some of these points. This PowerPoint will be available. I can share it with you, or the presenters, the organizers can share it with you. Top countries in the G20 for business in Canada. First in the G7 in terms of investment and growth in economic infra, and top in terms of ease of investor protection. There's a lot of foreign investments coming in from China. India's not so much yet, but it's supposed to ramp up. Success factors, a stable economic system, a lot of business immigration options. So like I talked about, US has the EB-5 and the L1 programs. Canada has many more programs than that, a lot of programs actually. So when you start talking about expansion, you do need to look at what the big picture of business immigration is. How do you do it? What is the right way to do it? A lot of young entrepreneurs in the room. Many of you probably have aspirations to do your master's degree there, do a PhD there in Canada. So, you know, the old school of thought that let me get enrolled in a great university, write a big check for the fees, and go study there, and then see what happens. That school of thought has to really evolve. For those coming from business entrepreneur families, take the first step first, which is how do I expand my business, my family business into Canada, get settled there, get started there, and then go for my master's or PhD. You will not only expand your family business, but you will also save a lot of money on the fees that you would normally pay. So this is a little tip for you that might translate into a lot of savings. So these are the assessment factors Canada looks at: experience, net worth, language, age, education. So we have many provincial programs. Different states have different programs attracting businesses. These are the steps in the process. And companies which are here, MNC does not have to be an Accenture or one of the big boys. An MNC could be your company, which is manufacturing goods for a while, looking to expand and open a second location in Canada. And when that happens, you can transfer key people from here to there who would be taking care of the company's interests in Canada. Key factors, net worth is something they look at. How much money does the company have? Does the individual have? What's the business plan? How are you going to create jobs there? How are you going to distribute your product? What are the needs you are meeting in that market? And definitely an exploratory visit is recommended, but till we come out of this craziness, I think it'll be virtual visits and phone calls, a lot of video calls. So yeah, the first step usually is a business work permit. So essentially you get a business work permit to get your business started, and then you go for the next steps. So they call it an intra-company transferee program, and a subsidiary branch office is opened, and key executives are transferred on work permits there. Canada also has launched a Startup Visa Canada program where they hook you up if you have a great concept or a great startup idea and you're looking for a presence in the North American space. They hook you up with a VC, and the VC approves your project, decides to fund you. You can come under that program as well. Obviously, like every other thing, job creation is one of the focus areas. How many jobs are you going to create? Why choose us? Basically, there are 3 core competencies that are required when you're expanding globally. That's what we think. You definitely need someone who understands the immigration policies and is really current on what the policies are as of today, because these things change very rapidly. Unlike the US, which has had the EB-5 program not changed for 29 years, they kept the program requirements the same for 29 good years, from 1990 to 2019. Canadian programs tend to change. They change a lot, and that's one of our concerns. We do get really worried about it. So they have certain quotas, the program opens, the program closes, so you need someone who is up to date on that and who can take care of your application right away. You need someone in the team who understands Canadian business, who understands what the industries are looking like, which sectors have potential, which sectors do not. And you need a very good team putting the whole thing together. That's our admin guys, that's our core coordinating project team, which makes sure that your immigration side, your business side, your government approval side is all syncing together, and you are successfully making the move to Canada. So we do have all those 3. I'm going to ask permission from Navin. Have time for a 3-minute video from Carter? Yeah, can. Those are coordinates, you can write them down, and please be in touch. So I'll let Carter do the talking.
Good afternoon. My name is Carter Hoppy. I'm a Canadian immigration lawyer, and I'm speaking to you today from Toronto, Canada, about Canadian immigration, specifically business immigration to Canada. Canada is a very immigrant-friendly country. We're often called a nation of immigrants because our policy is forward-looking and robust. Even during this pandemic, the past 12 months, we've taken just over 1% of our population as new immigrants. Over 400,000 immigrants per year. And of that number, over 20% identify themselves as persons of Indian origin. So, as you can imagine, we have a large Indian immigrant community in Canada, and they're thriving, they're very prosperous. What attracts business immigrants to Canada are factors such as our very stable economic and political system. Also, business-friendly governments at all levels, federal, provincial, and municipal. And of course, we enjoy universal publicly funded health care. And for children, education is free, JK to 12, and post-secondary education in Canada is very inexpensive. Business immigrants are selected based on factors such as language, their fluency in English or French, their business experience, of course, their managerial experience, their net worth, their age, and their education. When speaking about business immigration, a lot of people think that business is the same as investment. And although it's true that an investment is required to be a business immigrant, usually the term investor or investment refers to a passive investment where the applicant simply writes a big check to some government agency in exchange for permanent residence or citizenship in that country. But in Canada, all of the immigration that we call business immigration refers to entrepreneurial, active, hands-on business activity. There are two major types of business pathways to Canada. One is through the individual provinces in Canada, most of whom have a business or entrepreneur stream, where the successful applicant demonstrates that they have the capability to operate a business in Canada for a year or two in order to become a permanent resident. Also, there is intra-company transfers into Canada, where multinational corporations can transfer key executives either from a foreign parent company or a foreign subsidiary into Canada. And that ICT, intra-company transfer, can result in successful immigration for the key executive or the person who has specialized knowledge. How can one qualify to be a business immigrant in one of the provincial programs? They will look at such factors as your ability to speak English or French, at least at a basic level, and a language test is usually required. Business experience, managerial experience, that's very important. And your net worth. And of that net worth, how much liquid capital is available. Also, your age and your education level. Each province has its own individual program, and the rules vary from province to province, but those are the basic factors that will be considered. And then, if you are selected by that province, you will be eligible for a work permit, a self-employed business work permit, to enable you to actually start that business and operate it successfully for a year or two. At the end of that time, you can apply for permanent residence.
So guys, that's our presentation today. Thank you for listening. Really, thank you to the organizers, and a special shout out to Mayank for being there or bringing India on the global map earlier with a different hat and now at PSDCCI. Navinji, thank you for all that you guys are doing. So we look forward to hearing from you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amitji, for the presentation. And as you rightly pointed out, that meeting physically gives a different feeling altogether. And the last 3 days, this is what we have been observing, which we were missing for almost a year. So I think let's hope and keep our fingers crossed that things get better and better each day. So thank you very much. And we welcome Mr. Saket Dalmia-ji, our Vice President for Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also the Chair for International Affairs Committee, which we have, under which we are doing this event. And it is all his guidance we have been able to bring this event together. Thank you very much, sir, for being here today. So now we have the recorded messages from our consulates based in US. So we will like to start with the address from Dr. Manoj Kumar Mohapatra, the Minister of Commerce from the Embassy of India, Washington.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank to the PhD Chamber of Commerce India for inviting me to speak here today at this very important event. As everybody knows, the COVID-19 has been an unprecedented challenge for the leaders of the world, and no country has emerged unaffected from this pandemic. However, I believe countries have learned from this pandemic and have taken the right steps to emerge stronger. As we speak, the leaders of India, US, Japan, and Australia have concluded their first Quad virtual meeting. India's engagement with the USA at this Quad meeting is a signal of the things to come under Biden administration. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden have already spoken on the phone twice, reflecting the importance of the India-US Comprehensive Global Strategic Partnership. During the telephonic conversation, both the leaders were quick to identify 5 clusters that have potential to elevate our bilateral relationship. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi committed to working together to reinforce democratic values and rule-based world order in the Indo-Pacific region. The second, fostering ties in renewable energy to fight climate change. Third, cooperating in new digital technologies. Fourth, building bridges in our education system. And lastly, collaborating to improve the public health in both India and the USA. These areas of strategic alignment also have immense implications for our Indo-US commercial relationship. Regarding the pandemic, many countries began looking inward to protect their citizens. But for India, it has shown that it can be relied upon as the pharmacy of the world. India, during the pandemic period, removed the export restrictions and allowed export of hydroxychloroquine and essential medicines to more than 150 countries, including the United States of America. India and the US already have a strong foundation in pharmaceutical collaboration with several Indian companies manufacturing cost-saving generic drugs for the US market. In addition, Indian companies have been steadily increasing their investment in the US to set up manufacturing facilities and become a larger part of the US economy. However, the best example of the Indo-US collaboration is the work done by both US companies and Indian companies in the development and manufacturing of the COVID vaccine. India is prioritizing the Indian pharmaceutical and healthcare sector domestically. From hardly producing any PPE kits to manufacturing millions every day and exporting them as well. India has adapted well to the changing circumstances. Building up this process, the Government of India stands ready to offer assistance to those seeking opportunities in the Indian market. The government is preparing a massive production-linked incentive scheme with funds up to 1.3 billion to boost domestic production of key pharmaceuticals. India's expansion into furthering its manufacturing capabilities may benefit the US as President Biden has prioritized de-risking supply chains in areas like pharmaceuticals by increasing their sourcing from reliable trade partners. Regarding renewable energy, India and the US already have strong industry-driven commercial ties in the renewable energy sector, with a number of US companies involved in Indian renewable energy projects. Many US companies are also increasing their sourcing of products related to renewable energy, such as wind turbines and solar panels from India, taking advantage of high-quality products at a lower cost. In terms of major renewable projects in India, we may look at some of the US companies' achievements in renewable projects in India, such as the recently completed battery storage energy project. It is a first of its kind project utilizing 21st century technology to ensure high energy recapture rates and energy efficiency, leading to both lower emissions and lower costs. Both the Indian and US governments have made it clear that they will prioritize investment in electrical vehicles as they are the future of automotive transportation. Indian companies are in the progress of designing new indigenous electrical vehicle models that are likely to be sold in the US market. Notably, US leaders in the electrical vehicle market have opened their manufacturing presence in Karnataka. The field of digital cooperation, India and the US need to engage on issues of mutual concern, such as cybersecurity and implications of new technology, such as 5G, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, etc. In addition, digital technology is central to infrastructure development in Government of India's flagship programs, such as smart city projects. This is a unique opportunity for US-India collaboration, especially in terms of promoting growth of digital economy in line with Digital India. Regarding education, education is an important aspect of the multifaceted India-US partnership. There are typically about 200,000 Indian students in the USA pursuing higher education, spending billions of dollars in tuition and stimulating the local economies. These students often go to become entrepreneurs and pursue careers in STEM fields, adding significant value to the US economy. The talent pipeline has led to the US staying at the cutting edge of modern technology. We look forward to nurturing Indo-US ties in this sector, and there are several opportunities coming up. Particularly, India recently passed a new national education policy that has the potential to forge several links between India and US institutions of higher education. An increase in student exchange programs, high-tech research collaborations, and collaborative projects have the potential to completely revitalize this sector. India-US trade in the defense sector is also poised to reach $18 billion in 2019 due to the US growing convergence with India on its strategic outlook for the Asia-Pacific region and India's role in shaping the Asian landscape. This is one area where potential for Indian companies to engage, and we need to keep our focus on this issue. At the last, I would like to add that under the new Biden administration, we have the potential to elevate our bilateral relationship to new heights. The Government of India is committed to re-engage the new administration, particularly through the established bilateral mechanisms such as Indo-US Trade Policy Forum, Indo-US Commercial Dialogue, and Indo-US CEO Forum. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank Phdcci Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to address the August gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Mr. Asim R. Mahajan, the Consul General of India to Houston.
Greetings from Houston. It gives me great pleasure to join this session of Doing Business with the United States, being organized by the Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry as part of its International Week. I had recently also joined the B2B meetings organized by the Chamber with companies in the United States focusing on areas like pharmaceuticals, handicrafts, textiles, healthcare products, and other goods. As two vibrant democracies having open and multicultural societies, India and United States are natural partners. Our comprehensive strategic partnership is broad-based with growing engagement in areas like energy, defense, security, trade and investment, and people-to-people contacts. We also share a very strong connect between India and this part of United States with deepening of our multifaceted ties. Bilateral trade and investments between both countries have continued to register a healthy growth. Texas ranks as the state attracting the highest investments of Indian companies in the United States. Other states in this part are also witnessing growing investments in diverse areas. The growing presence of US companies in India and Indian companies in the United States and increasing investments underlines the immense potential in our partnership. To deepen our partnership, we have developed a model of partnering jointly with the states in southern United States, focusing on complementarities based on the strengths of their economies. In this series, we have organized a joint event with the state of Arkansas, focusing on food processing, logistics, and manufacturing, with the state of Colorado, focusing in the area of aerospace, defense, and advanced manufacturing, with the state of New Mexico, focusing on healthcare and information communication technologies, and several interactions with the state of Texas. Another approach which we have adopted is to build on sector-focused events in areas like healthcare, medical research, energy, information communication technologies, manufacturing, and partnering in global supply chains. In the coming months, we have planned a number of events focusing on pharmaceuticals and medical devices, new and renewable energy, startups, innovation, and digital technologies. We invite all of you to join these events to explore the opportunities for connecting with US companies and chambers of commerce and industry based here. We will offer all support and look forward to working closely with the Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry for deepening the India-US partnership.
Thank you. And next, we have the message from Dr. Swati Vijay Kulkarni, the Consul General of India to Atlanta.
My warm greetings to all of you. I am delighted to be present virtually here to give my remarks at celebration of India-America's Day of International Week, organized by Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I understand that the event has been productive and beneficial to all participants. Such engagements offer useful insights on possible opportunities, how to navigate them, how to optimize them, and a way forward. As you have seen, India-US relations have developed into strategic partnership of global significance. The partnership has been multifaceted, it is multidimensional, it touches every aspect of human existence. It continues to deepen across diverse sectors. There are more than 50 intergovernmental dialogue mechanisms. We have frequent exchanges, interactions between leadership, between ministers, between officials, diplomats, parliamentarians, think tanks, and of course scientists and at popular level also. The relationship enjoys strong bipartisan support and popular support in both countries. All in all, the relationship is very robust and substantive. Rapidly expanding trade and commercial linkages form important component of this important relationship. Bilateral trade now stands at $150 billion. We have seen more than 2,000 American companies that are doing business in India. They have invested more than $44 billion. USA remains one of the largest FDI sources in India. More than 200 Indian companies are doing business in this part of the world in USA. They have invested more than $22 billion. They have footprint in all states. They are helping in creating more than 125,000 jobs locally. Our bilateral defense trade is set to cross $21 billion and our bilateral energy trade is set to cross $10 billion in 2019-20. With regard to Southeast USA, based in Atlanta, we continue our extensive outreach to 6 states, that is Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Carolina, and 2 territories, Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. Bilateral trade between Indian states and this part of world stood $12 billion in 2019 and almost $11 billion in 2020. And we are talking about merchandise trade between India and Southeast USA. So we have seen 10% dip in the trade and we anticipate that this will rebound in next 6 to 7 months. The only state which has seen the same trade figures is South Carolina, that is at $1.7 billion. There are 90 companies here in Southeast USA. They have invested more than $12 billion and they have helped in creating 5,000 jobs locally. We have more than 400,000 Indian Americans here. They are represented in diverse sectors. There are professors, doctors, they are in hospitality field, IT field, engineers, lawyers. So they are there and they are very successful here. The Department of Economic Development in South Carolina has established trade office in India in Delhi. Mississippi is in process of establishing their satellite office in Mumbai, and we are pushing Georgia and Florida to open their offices in India. We have witnessed immense building of bridges between Indian states and US states, also in Southeast USA. There are lots of opportunities in sectors like agriculture, IT, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, automobile, and after the COVID, we anticipate strong momentum in increasing these engagements. We have seen Georgia's cotton, Floridian shrimp, Tennessee's bourbon. They have vast export market in India. Likewise, Indian pharmaceuticals, famous for their cost-saving generic drugs, and Indian IT industry, famous for its talent, creativity and digital skills. They have vast markets in USA and especially in this part of world also. Lots of Indians are establishing their businesses here. We have seen our manufacturing giant TVS Sundaram. They have opened a facility in South Carolina where they are catering to US market. We have also seen mergers and acquisition. The major acquisition was takeover of Novelis by Aditya Birla Group for $6 billion with additional $2 expansion in Atlanta. So our cooperation is expanding, our trade is growing, and many possibilities are there. The pandemic has ushered in certain daunting universal challenges across the globe, what we call pandemic fallout. These are tough times for global economy, very challenging times. We have seen massive economic slowdown. We have seen supply, demand, liquidity and market shocks. During the pandemic, consumer spending, that is what we call urge to splurge, remained on hold. The focus of economies shifted from scale to survival. There was deep recession. All this with the opening of economy and the vaccination drive, we will see a speedy recovery and a nice rebound. New Biden administration in US is driven by core principles of Democratic Party. More focus will be on middle class, lower income group, labor union, union related regulations, Obamacare, then there will be increased spending on infrastructure and things like that. Imposition of tariffs and retaliation against companies may not be there. Important considerations for tax policy will be to double the global intangible low tax income earned by foreign subsidiaries of US companies from 10.5% to 21%. There will be increase in corporate tax from 21% to 25%. There may be 10% surtax on corporations that do offshoring of manufacturing and service jobs. There will be establishment of 10% Made in America tax on those businesses, those which will help in revitalizing the economy, those businesses which will expand and do business in America. As far as doing business with USA is concerned, USA is one of the largest economy of the world. It's one of the most preferred destination for doing business. There are lots of opportunities here, and it's because it's an open democracy, it's an open society and open economy where free enterprise and fair competition is encouraged. There is rule of law, and most importantly, people speak English the way we do speak English, though it is a little different English and one has to have a hang of it. The regulatory environment here is very simple and there is a common level playing field for everybody. If you have to register a business, then one can do it, and there are different laws in different states and territories. One has to know how to enforce the contracts, how to get the credits, and how to do the trade in between the states. It's fairly straightforward, simple, and inexpensive. As far as structure of the business is concerned, one has to decide the form of corporate structure. The most popular corporate structure is forming a corporation or a limited liability company or forming a partnership. One can also do a business directly or form an entity in US. And the choice of establishing such structure depends on the various case-specific business factors and legal factors. The next step is to understand the roadmap of conducting business. That is, how to enforce contracts, how to understand the banking structure, the insurance, the tax laws, the patent laws, the intellectual property rights, the visa laws, and things like that. It is advisable for any businesses to have a reputable CPA company who can handhold them to do all these sorts of things. Then only the business will be much more painless and seamless for those who are interested in investing in US. So all in all, there are lots of possibilities, there are lots of complementarities for Indian investors in USA and US investors in India. India is 63rd as far as ease of doing business is concerned, and it's one of the top among 50 countries as far as innovation is concerned. So India has one of the largest startup ecosystem. We are poised to become knowledge economy. We have young people. We are a young demography, and we are well known for our frugal innovations. So for India, USA is a critical partner and a close friend. For USA, India is a reliable stakeholder and responsible friend. So I feel both Indian investors in USA and US investors in India, they have a lot more to explore and lot more to do because so many possibilities are there. I'm happy that you are doing lots of deliberations, lots of discussions during this international week, and this will help in your company to chart out your future course of action. Thanks to team of PhD Commerce and Industry for organizing this event, for making it happen. My felicitations to team of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say that the kind of presentation, the time she has spent on this, it shows that the government is also very keen now. Though earlier we used to feel that they are not, but they are, in the last 1 year, I would say they have been proactive and they have been responding to the whatever queries we have immediately on that. So next we have the message from Mr. Randhir Jaiswal, the Consul General of India to New York.
Namaste to all of you. Warm greetings from the Indian Consulate here in New York. We are delighted that the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry will be hosting the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry International Week from 15 to 19 March in New Delhi. As you all know, India-US relationship is a very special one. It is a very important and a strategic partnership. In this collaboration and cooperation, economic activities, economic engagement is of very high salience. The economic partnership between India and the United States continues to grow. And in this endeavor, we have received support and cooperation from many stakeholders, from our chambers, from our business bodies, and others. We've also received excellent support from the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I wish to thank them for all their efforts. I wish PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry all the very best once again for their hybrid exhibition and conference that they'll be organizing from 15th to 19th March. They are undertaking special efforts to make this two-dimensional digital format exhibition and conference truly a memorable one, and I wish them the very best. Thank you very much. Have an enjoyable engagement at the event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So next we have the message from Dr. T.V. Nagendra Prasad, the Consul General of India to San Francisco.
Namaskar. It's an honor and privilege to join the India-Americas Day being observed as part of PhD Chambers of Commerce's International Week. I compliment PhD Chambers for such a proactive approach which will further strengthen Indo-US commercial and economic linkages. As two vibrant democracies, being open, multicultural, pluralistic societies, India and US are natural partners. The comprehensive global strategic partnership between the two countries is anchored in mutual trust, shared values, and robust engagement of their citizens. The US dollar 142 billion annual trade between India and US reflects the length and breadth of our engagement. US West Coast plays a very vital role in promoting business partnerships and cementing commercial ties. Consulate General of India in San Francisco covers a vast territory which expands over 11 states on the US West Coast, and we have about 1.5 million Indians living in our jurisdiction. Indians are neither strangers to this part of the United States nor the city of San Francisco to our history. As we begin to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it may be mentioned that one of the glorious chapters of India's freedom struggle, freedom movement, was led by Gadar Party from San Francisco. From the agricultural heartlands of Central Valley to the global tech centers in the Silicon Valley, you will find the presence of Indians all walks of life. India's goods trade with US West Coast is about 15 billion US dollars annually. Services trade makes the bulk of our engagement with the region, which is estimated to be around US dollars 30 billion annually. On the West Coast today, we have more than 50 Indian companies with an aggregate investment over $1 billion. Half of it relates to services, mainly in IT, but there has been an increasing trend in investment in other sectors as well. We also have seen a considerable interest by US companies in investing in India during the COVID. Despite gloomy picture painted by the pandemic, we had some remarkable investment announcements last year. To mention a few, Facebook has announced a $5.7 billion investment in April, the largest ever in India's cellular internet companies. In July, Google announced a larger investment of 10 billion under the India Digitization Fund. Google will focus on digital infrastructure and on new products and services for the Indian market. It is observed that there is considerable interest in India's textiles that contributes more than $1 billion annually, pharma, healthcare. It is a thriving cross-border collaboration, startups, green tech and fintech markets. Just to give an example, during the COVID pandemic last year, healthcare has emerged as a strong pillar of bilateral cooperation. Bay Area based biotech giant Gilead Science has given contract to 7 Indian firms to manufacture antiviral drug remdesivir used in COVID treatment. This has significantly reduced the production costs and made the drug affordable and available widely. We also observed an increased interest in Indian spices, including turmeric. To mention, turmeric products from Lakadong area in Meghalaya were launched during the pandemic. This has highlighted the advantage in partnering with India in health sector. As a consequence, several Bay Area firms have shown keen interest in investing in specialty clinics, healthcare, IT, diagnostics, pharmaceutical manufacturing, and also affordable medical devices. Startups is another area where we will see a significant progress in the days to come. Last August, we had a meeting with the CEOs of successful cross-border startups in Bay Area that were founded basically by Indians in Silicon Valley. I was happy to learn that there already is a thriving bilateral dynamics in this particular focused area. I'm fascinated by the variety of fields of engagement of these startups, from drone technology to counterfeiting of preventing counterfeiting of customer relations, etc. It's at a budding stage, but certainly has a great potential to emerge as a major force multiplier in our matrix of business ties. India's scale and young population, technical capabilities, human resources, entrepreneurial energy, and its diaspora forms a powerful link to the West Coast. Businesses on both sides should make use of these newfound opportunities rapidly evolving global trade dynamics. Need of the hour is to think out of the box and to evolve new mechanisms to tap the emerging markets. We need to innovate in every aspect of our business interactions, especially at a time when digital space is redefining producer-consumer relations. Consulate is always happy to assist you in your efforts to grow your businesses in the US, on the US West Coast. You are always welcome to reach us directly or through trade bodies such as PhD Chambers of Commerce. We are happy to play a constructive role in your growth and aspirations. I thank for the opportunity given to me, and I'm sure that this event will help brainstorm the way forward. I wish the event all the very best. Thank you very much. Dhanyawad. Jai Hind.
Thank you. And we have one more message from Mr. Amit Kumar, the Consul General of India to Chicago.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you who have joined us virtually. I am delighted to be present here at the India Americas Day as part of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries International Week. Since we are all still in the midst of the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, let me begin with it. Pandemic left no region in the world unaffected and caused severe disruption in global economic activity, including trade. The ongoing vaccination drive, where India plays a critically important role in both mass production and delivery of vaccines globally, we are cautiously optimistic about return to a modicum of normalcy in the coming months. In this backdrop, let me make three broad observations about the Indian economy and our bilateral trade and investment ties with the United States, with which we pursue a strategic partnership. During the pandemic, India was perhaps the only country that continued with deeper structural reforms and with process of further liberalizing different sectors of the economy. The results are there for everyone to see. There are already green shoots in several sectors of our economy. The record foreign direct investment last year is another indication about the potential of the Indian economy. IMF has already projected a double-digit growth rate for this year and beyond. If you look at our bilateral trade, there was naturally a dip last year. At the same time, we also saw that figures for last year crossed the 2019 bilateral trade figures. And as such, I am confident that this year will see a sharp resumption of growth in our bilateral trade in goods and services with the United States. The investment flows between our two countries have also truly become bidirectional. What I'll do in my remarks is to briefly speak about the US Midwest region and why it is so important for India. I will also briefly dwell on the priorities area of cooperation between India and the US and how the Midwest region can contribute in that space. The US Midwest is an important region, accounting for approximately 21% of US population and 20% of GDP as per 2019 figures. This translates to 68 million people and $4.22 trillion in GDP. The Midwest region, with its strengths in industry, manufacturing, and agricultural sector, propelled US economic growth and prosperity in the post-World War II era. As the US economy transitioned from a manufacturing-led economy to a service-led economy, and with knowledge-based economy growing in prominence, the region was left behind. However, what is remarkable today is how the Midwest has reinvented itself and is now repositioning itself as a hub for advanced and smart manufacturing, building upon its traditional strengths and marrying technology and innovation in areas such as electronic mobility, autonomous vehicles and drones, as well as hub for exciting startups in pharmaceuticals, biohealth and healthcare sector. The region has also utilized locational advantages and available resources, developed expertise in areas such as renewable energy, particularly wind energy, and niche technologies such as advanced clean water technologies, or IT-enabled services in the agricultural sector. In this transition, the region has been helped by an excellent higher education system with several top-ranked universities and cutting-edge research facilities. As we all know, the new US administration under President Biden took office in January. Moving forward, I believe that there will be 5 key baskets where we can expect closer cooperation between India and the United States. First, given the pandemic and the emergence of new COVID-19 variants, we will continue seeing more intensive cooperation in healthcare, pharmaceutical products, and COVID-19 management, including affordable vaccine development and delivery. Of the 6 COVID-19 vaccine development efforts in India, at least 4 of them are being pursued in collaboration with US partners. India also meets around 40% of generic medicines demand in the United States, reducing the healthcare expenditure here by $80 to $90 billion annually. Looking at India, the Ayushman Bharat scheme launched in 2018 provides medical coverage to over 500 million Indians from low-income groups. This remains a work in progress, but the scheme, along with last mile strengthening of health and infrastructure and potential of telemedical consultation, will significantly transform healthcare in India. This also opens up opportunities for US companies in pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, medical devices, hospital administration, etc. As I briefly mentioned previously, the US Midwest region is home to several leading pharmaceutical and medical devices companies. A second basket would be digital cooperation. We are going to witness expansion of cooperation in ICT and digital space. What distinguishes the US Midwest from the Silicon Valley is its focus on application of digitization in the manufacturing space. Michigan, Illinois, and Indiana in particular are emerging as hubs for smart manufacturing as well as centers for startups focused on B2B solutions in a wide range of manufacturing industries. In addition, Iowa accounts for a large number of firms in financial services and fintech industries. The third basket would be the energy basket, especially renewable energy and more broadly initiatives at promoting sustainable greener economic growth, which will also allow us to combat climate change. Iowa, Indiana, and Illinois are all part of the US North-South wind belt, and it is therefore not a surprise that wind energy followed by solar energy has been well integrated in local grids. The automotive hubs in the region are gradually looking more intently at electric vehicles, and the recent announcement by General Motors to fully shift to electric vehicles by 2035 have generated much excitement. Minnesota boasts of excellent water conservation and management technologies. As you know, India figures among the top 10 countries on climate change performing index and have set ambitious targets, including for production of renewable energy at 40% of all energy production by 2030, having 30% of all vehicles on Indian roads to be electric by 2030, etc. With the United States rejoining the Paris Treaty, there will be a renewed focus on this sector and more opportunities for cooperation. The fourth category would be higher education, science, technology, and innovation partnership. The new national education policy unveiled last year in India would allow us to expand cooperation beyond the traditional exchange of students and faculty and look at opportunities such as joint research, joint curriculum development, or joint degrees, and eventually leading to opening of branch campuses of US universities in India. We can also draw lessons from the US university experience in areas such as flexible and interdisciplinary curriculum, strengthening interface between industry and universities, incentivizing research, and so on. The fifth category of issues of traditional cooperation and strategic and defense areas, including in the Indo-Pacific, will continue. You might be aware that leaders of India, Japan, Australia, and USA recently met virtually for the Quad Summit. To conclude, the US Midwest region is an important region for us to focus on in our objective of strengthening India-US partnership in several areas. I would like to assure you that the Consulate General of India in Chicago is working with relevant stakeholders in this regard. We are available here to disseminate information about important events in India and in the US, respond to trade and investment queries from Indian and US companies, facilitate tie-ups, etc. My officers and I are at your disposal. I would like to wish the PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry all success for their initiative and look forward to partnering with them in strengthening the critically important India-US partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. And friends, due to the paucity of time, the questions we will request that all the panelists over there, they have a virtual booth as well. So you can put your questions there and we will definitely get back to you on that part. So now I would like to request Shri Saket Dalmia ji, the Vice President of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Naveen ji. First of all, a very warm welcome once more for taking out time from your busy schedule to be here. India Americas is very special to my heart. Having studied in America 25 years ago and being in constant touch with the economies and the interactions, some beautiful points came about post the COVID pandemic lockdowns, where I had the opportunity of organizing through the PhD platform several B2B meetings between Indian and American companies. And most of the excellencies who were here with us, based out of America and based out of India, were all vying companies to come and do business with them in their local domestic areas, pitching what's good about them, what are the markets strong for, and why they should invest in their respective areas, geographically speaking. What it really enforced in my mind, and I became very, very excited and desperate to look for opportunities as to what kind of business can we do. So what really enkindled this feeling in my mind, I'm sure, is the same feeling which everybody here today is having. That the political desire and the economic compulsion of the world now is that India and the Americas have to do business together. Americas have the money, we have the consumer base. Well, that we understand very well. So what's changed within that broad spectrum? So recently I read in the newspaper that we have the Apple 12 now being manufactured in India. Sounds like a nice push by Mr. Modi for Atmanirbharta at the first onset. But then it's not just about make in India for India, it's make in India for the world. I think that's what the beautiful aspect about this is going to be, with the taxation policy becoming much more aggressive and more competitive to the America, and with the market opening the opportunity for American and other companies to distort the supply chain reliance from China towards other countries. India is going to be a big beneficiary, because end of the day, we would like to invest anywhere, wherever we produce or offer services from, is that there should be a local absorption of the product or the service, and then it should open gateways or give us some competitive advantage to cater to the other markets which we're going to be in. And I think Amit ji very well explained to us that how Canada really ties in very well to the whole idea. Canada being the springboard to probably have a medium cost structure if you cannot set shop in America to cater to America and to take the benefits of an American education the Canadian way. So having said that, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, especially Brenda Van Horn, the Principal Commercial Officer from the US Commercial Service, and everybody here today. Thank you very much for taking out your precious time to be with us here. Thank you. Over to you, Naveen ji.
Thank you very much, sir. So I would like to take this opportunity if we can have a photograph here with him, and I'll call my team members, please come. And also thank to all the participants who are here. Thank you very much once again for being here with us today. So tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, we have the South Asia celebration. So we look forward to have you again tomorrow. Thank you very much once again for being here. Thank you.